grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. We've got a nice little Tuesday on deck here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. We'll start with our biggest takeaways from Monday Night Football. Should we be respecting the Cowboys offense a little bit more? Then we'll go on to the NFL headlines that have been circulating over the last 24 hours. It's a Take Tuesday. It's Teaser Tuesday. And we'll also examine some of the biggest top 25 matchups in college hoops. Because, PJ, we have some big ones today. I'm excited. PJ Glasser, and for Jenks, I should say that as well. I was going to ask you this before we get started. At what point in a game do you call it and you say, okay, this game's over. I'm not going to waste any more of my time? Because for me, especially since we wake up so damn early, a lot of times I'll call it earlier than I probably should. But last night was really not a close game. So your girl went to bed a little early.
I think it all depends, Chelsea, on what bet you made, right? So if you had the total last night and it was 50.5 and it was 33-16, you're obviously watching to the very end because you want to see if anybody's scoring a meaningless touchdown or kicking a meaningless field goal so that you get the over. As somebody who bet the spread and had the Raiders last night, I was kind of like you. I turned the game off early. I quickly knew, probably at halftime, okay, this game's probably not going to go in my favor. And then also you have the fantasy football angle, right? So if you're sweating it out, like maybe you have Dak Prescott or you have some of the Cowboys receivers and you want to see if on their final drive they're able to score another touchdown, or you have somebody on the Raiders and you want all those garbage time points. So it all depends. I think each game is different. I think it depends on the type of bet you have. I think it depends on how you stand in your fantasy football game, all these different factors. But if you have nothing riding on the game whatsoever, I think, yeah, once Dallas got that safety and went up 33-16, I think that was a pretty fair point to kind of call it, and everybody kind of knew the game was over at that point.
So when do you call it for a losing bet? Because I do this thing where I don't think I'm ever more delusional than when I think that I can still win a bet. Like, I'll give you an example. On Sunday, the Commanders and the Dolphins game. Like, that game was not even close to hitting the over. But in the fourth quarter, I'm like praying, and I'm like, listen, if we get a touchdown here, and they get like a kick return touchdown, and they get another touchdown, I think we can come close to hitting the over. Like, do you ever find yourself doing that where you make up all these scenarios and you're like, listen, there's still hope?
All the time. All the time. Yes, always that false hope for sure. My favorite is when I do it for an offense that has done nothing all night, right? So your team's down like 17-3. You have plus 7.5 and there's 5 minutes left and you're telling yourself, all right, if they can just drive 89 yards on this drive and score a touchdown, we're in business. We got the back door when they haven't done a thing all night. So, yeah, I mean, that's why we bet. That's why it's the best, is because of that false hope. You do that math and you're just thinking, all right, we still got time to maybe get a touchdown, a field goal, and get ourselves within the numbers. So, yeah, I mean, last night, again, it's so much of it depends on the flow of the game. Like, you just watched that Raider offense, and you just knew it was a struggle. I was talking about this with Denton before we came on air. Like, I don't know what happened with Geno, you know? Geno was one of those quarterbacks when he was in Seattle, you either kind of like didn't really like him or you thought he was maybe better than the general perception. I always kind of thought Geno was better than people thought, and I liked the fact that the Raiders traded for him in the offseason. I thought he was going to be a significant upgrade, and I mean, I don't know if he has, to be honest with you, from like Aiden O'Connell and what they had. He's been horrendous. He wasn't good again last night. So, yeah, I mean, when the Raiders dug themselves that deep a hole, they were down 2 scores with their offense. You just knew it was going to be a long night. And my 3.5, I ripped up that ticket pretty early in the third quarter.
Yeah, I think when you're standing there and it's like 31-9, that's when you're like, all right, 3.5 seems a little steep for what my hopes and dreams can do for this game. But you're right about Geno Smith. Like, at no point during that game did I watch and think, oh, there's the good Geno Smith. He looked bad all night. Like, maybe some of it is due to the offensive line, because I will say this, it did feel like he was scrambling for his life. And maybe the Cowboys' defense is getting better, because that was kind of the handicap, I think, for both sides of the ball, as a lot of people looked at this Cowboys defense and they said, this is one of the worst defenses in the league. You look at all the numbers. But also, I think you brought this up. The Cowboys defense had been facing some really good offenses. And also, they just added Quinnen Williams, who I saw several times. I was like, there he is, Quinnen Williams making a name for himself. Because obviously, if they call a defensive player's name on the broadcast, they must be doing something right. So do you think the Cowboys defense is as bad as people think it is? Or do you think Geno Smith is just terrible?
So I definitely think it's going to be better here over the next 6 games or so because of the addition of Quinnen Williams. I mean, he is a terrific player. So, and you know, the front four was a big part of their struggles on defense this year. Obviously, trading away Micah Parsons, we knew that was going to take a hit in the pass rush department and pressuring the quarterback and those kinds of things. So Quinnen Williams, especially when he's right, is one of the top defensive tackles in football. And like you said, Chelsea, he was all over the field last night. So I do think the Cowboys are going to be better against the run. We talked about how, especially going up against opposing fantasy running backs, they were a bottom 3 unit. I think they're going to be much better in that sense. But also, the Raiders' game plan last night just made no sense. Ashton Genty had 2 carries in the first half. They've been struggling to run the ball all season, but your offense is already bad enough. You don't really have any receiving options outside of Brock Bowers. When you make it that easy for an NFL defense, when you're just that one-dimensional, I don't know what Chip Kelly was trying to accomplish last night. I mean, because your defense isn't great on the other side, and you're facing a terrific offense in Dallas. So, that's the kind of game where you should want to run the ball to see if you can have some kind of success, keep Dallas's offense on the sideline. It just felt like all night they were trying to throw it with Geno, and it made no sense. So, I don't know what the Raiders were doing last night. I mean, some of it definitely was with Dallas. You could tell early on they probably weren't going to be able to run much, but I mean, still, you got to at least try to establish some kind of running game. 2 carries in the first half with Genty, that made no sense to me.
Yeah, even if you're playing from behind, which I understand, you're not going to run it every play, but you still have to be somewhat balanced, because if you throw it every play, they're going to bring pressure on Geno Smith. And obviously, everybody kind of knows their job and they know that they're going to throw it. So it's just difficult. When your leading rusher has 14 yards and it's your quarterback, that is not a good sign. They had 27 rushing yards. That feels like some number that you would put for I don't know, a tiny, the Citadel when they go against Alabama, right? That doesn't feel like an NFL number, because we talk about the NFL being the ultimate parity league. But some of these teams at the very bottom, man, are they bad. The Raiders right now look almost as bad as the Titans. And I understand that they've already played each other, and we've already, figured out who's the worst team out of those two, and it definitely is the Titans. But still, this team looks absolutely abysmal. It's not a team that I want to trust in the future. But let me ask you this about the Cowboys. Has your opinion shifted on the Cowboys even a little bit? Because again, we talked about, the handicap on the Cowboys when they're playing good teams. Maybe it's not as strong. And the rest of the schedule, the next 3 games, they've got the Eagles, the Chiefs, and the Lions. So maybe we'll have to wait a bit for the Cowboys to face another team that's at least mediocre. But what do you make of the Cowboys moving forward? Is this a team that you are considering betting on if they're getting enough points?
I don't think you can react to Dallas's performance too much from last night because, 1, it is the Raiders that they're playing. And 2, I mean, I just think the NFL this year especially has shown us it is such a week-to-week league, And I think that is the problem, Chelsea, is people are going to overreact to what they saw. Before the game kicked off last night, Philly was a 4.5-point favorite on the road in Dallas. Now I'm looking at BetMGM. They're down to a 3.5-point favorite. So after what Dallas did last night, how their offense looked, the improvements on defense, they drop a point. And with what we saw against Philly, against Detroit, and that offense continue to struggle, I do wonder if, like, honestly, Dallas might be like a public dog next week because they're at home. Their offense looks significantly better. The defense, again, like with Quinn and Williams now, maybe looks different. So I'm very, very intrigued by that game. But yeah, I don't want to overreact to too much because we know how good Dallas's offense is. We talked about it all yesterday. Like, CeeDee Lamb is getting priced as the clear number one receiver on that team. And if I had my choice, like, I'd take Lamb over Pickens. But Chelsea, I don't think the drop-off is like as big or as significant as certainly the sports books are making it, especially with their receiver numbers. Like we were talking about yesterday, it was a 25-yard difference between Pickens and Lamb. And especially if the number one corner on most teams is going to follow Lamb around the field, I mean, Pickens is just going to continue to shred defenses. So I think, again, like that Cowboys offense is going to continue to put up numbers, especially if they can protect Dak. It's all going to come down to the defense. And I think going up against a struggling offense in Philadelphia next week, who has had success against them over the last few years, I think is going to be a really good test. So I'm excited for that game. And the answer to your question is I think the jury is still out. I think we have to see some more with Dallas over the next few weeks. And like you said, I mean, they're facing some really good teams, so we're definitely going to see.
I definitely can see like the surface level takes now is that, did you see the Cowboys offense? Did you see George Pickens? Have you seen the Eagles offense? Eagles offense is terrible. But I've fallen into this trap before. I think I put the Cowboys in a teaser when they played the Broncos because I said to myself, you look at this receiving combo, like Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, that has to be one of the best 1-2 punches in the entire NFL. Like, I don't care what you think about the Cowboys as a franchise, as a team. Like, that is a good receiving core to start around. And we know Dak Prescott is good enough to at least get it to his receivers. So I thought to myself, hey, even against the best defenses, the Cowboys should be able to keep it close, maybe score some points in garbage time. But that game was not close. I think the final score was like 44-22. So we'll see if it follows more of that line. But I do think a lot of the public is going to be really in love with the Cowboys this week, especially because the Eagles have been far from dominant. And this game is in Dallas as well, or Arlington, or whatever city Jerry World officially is in. So if you guys did not stay up late last night, final score was Dallas winning that game pretty comfortably, 33-16. CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens both having big nights in this one, but it was George Pickens, 9 catches, 144 yards, and a touchdown who led the way, but CeeDee Lamb had the first touchdown.
Yeah.
Jason Jobs on that last effort by Pickens. Here's Lamb wide open, backs in for the touchdown.
So I will say this. It was a good night for anytime touchdowns if you were on anything on the Cowboys. But if you bet on the Raiders, and we kind of hinted at this, that I didn't want to bet on anything Raiders related because I couldn't trust their offense as a whole. Brock Bowers almost got there. I think his prop was 72.5. He finished with 72 yards. If you had the catches, I think he would have gotten it home because I think it was 6.5. He finished with 7. But, like, are there any good takeaways for this Raiders offense? I think the takeaway for me from a betting standpoint is that you don't trust anybody in this offense. I don't care if it's Brock Bowers, just because I don't think I can trust Geno Smith to get him the ball.
Yeah, look, we talked about it, that instead of maybe betting Bowers last night, you look at the other receiving options, Trey Tucker, Tyler Lockett. They both went over their receiving numbers. So I kind of think that's the way to go moving forward, especially when they face really good teams. The Raiders next week, Chelsea, play the Browns, and they're a 3-point favorite at home. That is a stinky line, isn't it? Like, I would think most people feel like the Browns are probably the better team, just because if you're looking at all 4 units on the field, like the Cleveland defense would definitely be the best. If you're looking at Cleveland offense, defense, Raiders offense, defense, the Browns defense far and away the best unit. Now, they're a lot better at home than they are on the road, but I think that's super interesting. And I think for the Raiders, to go back to your point, like, what do we do moving forward? I mean, if the Raiders didn't want to run the ball last night against Dallas, like, are they going to want to run the ball against Cleveland at all? So Genti only got 6 carries last night. I wonder if coming back with his carries going under his attempts is the way to go again next week. But again, like you just don't want to throw that much and have Myles Garrett just tee off on Geno all night long. So it'll be interesting what Chip Kelly decides to do. But I think probably moving forward again, like the Bowers numbers are going to be really high. So continuing to target Lockett, Tucker, I think those are probably the guys. It's just, I mean, Genti, knowing like how they're going to use him and what they're going to do on a week-to-week basis, I think is too hard to figure out.
Yeah, especially next week, because obviously that is not a good matchup going against a really stout Browns defense. I think, on the surface, you just look at the total. I know it's low at 37, but do you believe in either of those offenses? I sure as hell don't. All right, when we come back, we'll continue rolling through some of the top NFL headlines. Jamar Chase suspended, as well as Jalen Ramsey. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back for more. It is Tuesday, November 18th here on the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser, and for Jenks. In a few minutes, we'll get to the new suspension handed down to Jamar Chase for spitting on Jalen Ramsey. PJ, I don't know about you, but I don't know why spitting has become such a big thing. In the NFL, at the University of Florida, there was a player who did it earlier this season, because maybe it's not the same circles that I run with, but like, I don't remember people like spitting on each other, like even on the playground. Like, I understand this is the ultimate sign of like disrespect, but like, I think about the logistics of it. And like, what if you're really mad and you can't like conjure up like a big enough like wad of spit to make a difference? Like, I think about these things, but like, is this a thing where you're from? Did people spit on each other?
I mean, not really, especially when you're playing football and you got the helmet on. You know what I mean? Like, you have to get the perfect angle to get it through, because Jamar still had his helmet on when he was trying to spit on Ramsey. And you can see in the video, like, you know, some of it catches on the helmet, and it's like, yeah, it's bizarre. But no, I mean, you see it every once in a while, like you said, in like the college game or maybe professional athletes. I'm sure growing up, like when I was playing sports, somebody probably did it, but you really don't see it too much. It's like, my thought is, what's your level of thinking that, oh, like, I want to get in this guy's head, I'm going to spit on him. You know what I mean? Like, that is just something like I wouldn't revert to, wouldn't be one of my top thoughts to do. But especially as a football player with your helmet on, that was my thought when I saw the video with Jamar. I get you're trying to like hide it and you're trying to like make, but again, nowadays, as we've seen, there's cameras everywhere, so you can't get away with that stuff. But yeah, very, very bizarre. I'm with you. I don't see it too much, but I guess we get these instances in the college and the NFL game every so often.
They got to think about the logistics of things. I didn't even think about the helmet angle. It reminds me of like, have you ever tried to spit something out the window and then like the wind catches it and then, like it gets in your hair?
Yeah. Well, it's the Jim Croce song, right? You don't spit the things you never do. You don't spit into the wind, right? It comes right back at you. So you should know better.
Oh, I don't know. And also the fact that there are cameras, excuse me, everywhere. Like, what did you think was going to happen? And like, This is only because here's the other thing. Like, I understand that sometimes these guys aren't thinking, they are reacting, because the only thing dumber than this is trying to punch somebody with a helmet on. I will never understand this. Like, you risk more getting yourself injured and injuring your hand, which I don't know, if you're a football player, you probably need those, as opposed to like actually hurting the guy. Like, why do people do this?
I don't know. No, you're right. Yeah, punching somebody with the helmet is definitely at the top of the list, but Jamar's not the kind of player that like you would expect this from. You know, he does a pretty decent job. Like, he definitely gets into it with certain guys, but he's never had an incident like this in the past. So again, Jalen Ramsey is, you know, one of the bigger hotheads in the NFL. He's always trying to mix it up with guys and get it in their heads. So if somebody were to bring it out of a player, he would probably be towards the top of the list. I thought it was interesting, though. Like, I heard some people, Stephen A. Smith was talking about how he thought Chase almost should get a 2-game suspension for 1 game for spitting and then another game for lying about it, which I think is interesting, you know? And as a Ravens fan, with the Bengals playing the Ravens on Thanksgiving in 2 games, I was like, I agree wholeheartedly. I think Jamar Chase should have gotten 2 games. So unfortunate he only got the 1. Would have been nice if he didn't play on Thanksgiving. But I don't know. That's going to be an interesting part of this, too, is when players have offenses like this and they're getting asked by reporters and they're denying it profusely, and there's clear evidence that, no, they did do it. If, like, the NFL or other leagues, like, take action and almost add another game when they see, like, you know you clearly did it. We have the evidence, and you're denying that you didn't do it. If they get, like, another game or something like that in the future, I think will be interesting.
Well, to be clear, like, if I was Jamar Chase's mom, I'd be like, yes, you're going to get punished for the lie, but, like, this is the NFL. And it's, like, a workplace environment, which I think a lot of it comes down to precedent and, like, the NFL's wheel of punishment, Where like you look at some of these other things that they've suspended guys for like 2 games for, and like some of them are much more severe. So like that's the thing for me. Like I understand spitting is disrespectful, but to like go anywhere more than 1 game like seems a little rigid to me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I would have to look up some of the offenses and some of the precedents, but like some of these are for like, actual, offenses against the law where I don't think they're felonies, but it's like, I don't know, reckless driving or maybe not DUI, but some things that are way more severe than simply, 1 wad of spit dripping down from his from his helmet bars.
Right. It's, look, too, that game for the Bengals on Sunday was so big. Their season was pretty much on the line in that game. So from one of your leaders out there, for him to do that and resort to that when clearly Jalen Ramsey, like, that's part of his game. He's a terrific football player, but it's also a mental component with him. It's very much like what Richard Sherman would try and do to guys or like one of those type of players. So, guys just got to be smarter, and not only with how you decide to react to somebody, whether it's punching them, when they have a helmet on or spitting when you have a helmet on, just got to be smarter in those kind of games. So it certainly is part of the handicap this week, right, when looking at the Bengals and the Patriots game, because the way that New England's playing and the way that Drake May is playing, it was already going to be tough for that defense to get stops, and the only way that the Bengals were going to keep it close was obviously scoring a bunch of points and trying to outscore them. And now with Chase out of that game against New England, it's only going to make it tougher for the Bengals against the Patriots. So just brutal for the Bengals and for Jamar Chase because, their season's probably already over. They certainly can't afford to lose him, though, for any games.
That's the other thing I think about is, do you think some of this is frustration boiling over? Yeah. Because we all know people, to give him the benefit of the doubt, we all know people who have done something stupid or unwarranted because there are other things in their life going on. And you're like, okay, we understand he's going through a rough patch. Because, like, look at the Bengals season. Like, Joe Burrow's not playing quarterback. The Bengals are certainly not having the season that they're supposed to have. And think about Jamar Chase. Like, we have already seen frustration from him this year. Like talking to reporters, and it's warranted because it is frustrating to play in an offense even before Joe Burrow was hurt where your defense can't do anything. And like, think about it. If you're in this offense, you want to be playing for Super Bowls. You want to be playing against the best teams in the league. Hell, there was a time when they were playing against the best teams in the league and they were taking out the Chiefs, at their own place. So I understand the frustration that's probably mounting for Jamar Chase. And I do think there is a little sprinkle of that here.
100%. Also, the game that he was having, when these two teams played in that Thursday night game in Cincinnati, Chase had like 16 receptions. He did whatever he wanted that night. He was absolutely
yards.
He was torching. It's one of the best games a receiver has had all season. So he goes from that, and then he's playing the same team with how much was on the line for the Bengals in that game. He's not having a great game. He's not having a great first half. So I totally think that's part of it. The frustration just boiling over. And it's obviously been a brutal season for Cincinnati. So I thought that there was, and I know we're going to talk about this later in the show, but they also have an interesting decision to make of what they're going to do with Joe Burrow and how they play that, right? Because you're 3-7, you're playing New England this week. You're probably going to lose that game to drop to 3-8. Like, I think the frustration is only going to build. Zach Taylor's likely gone at the end of this season. And then what do they decide to do with Joe Burrow? So this might only be the start of things to come in Cincinnati. Because remember, we saw the previous week or a couple weeks ago in the locker room, like the comments Chase Brown was making about the defense and how they blew another game and how bad they were. So it's definitely, the guys are definitely frustrated, especially on the offensive side of the ball, when they feel like they're doing all that they can, they're carrying the team, and it's just been a nightmare season for Cincinnati.
Do you think Joe Burrow will ever win a Super Bowl?
Ooh, not if he plays for the Bengals, I don't think. Now, he's obviously been to one, and they could have won it. I don't know. That's a good question, Chelsea. There are so many good quarterbacks in the AFC. He might. I'll say like 30% yes, 70% no. But I would definitely lean towards a no, I would say.
Yeah, I think the no would be juiced, right? Like if there were betting odds on this, I think the no would probably be, I don't know, minus 175. Is that too steep?
Minus 175? Nah, I don't think it is. Because I'm trying to think, right? Like, I mean, let's say the Bengals go after Mike Tomlin this offseason. Because I think Steelers fans are kind of done at this point with the same old thing. Probably Zach Taylor's done. Like, if they bring in a guy like Mike Tomlin, if they get a good coach, like, would that change your perception around Cincinnati? Would that all of a sudden be like, if they got a guy like that, you'd think, okay, like, maybe Cincinnati can get back to the Super Bowl?
I think that it's more than just the coaching. I think some of it's the front office as well. And, like, it's been documented how, they've had all these battles in the offseason with some of their big names getting paid. But I'll say this, they paid all the offensive players. But I think they've got to start doing something on the defense. But I just think a lot of it is just relatively speaking to the rest of the NFL. And it's just hard to win a Super Bowl. And it's wild to me to think that we live in the era of Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Joe Burrow. And there is a real chance that all three of those guys may never win a Super Bowl. Like, that is mind-blowing to me.
It is crazy. I mean, and that's a part of it, is Burrow's going to be in the AFC. Now, of those three names you mentioned, he's obviously had the most success against Mahomes, especially in the postseason. He's beaten him. He's gotten to a Super Bowl. And that offense is terrific. I mean, Higgins and Chase, you were talking earlier, Pickens and Lamb. I mean, I think those two teams, Cowboys, Bengals, that's the best 1-2 punch in football with the wide receivers. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the front office, the defense is just so bad. They have so much work to do on that side of the ball. They also have a lot of work to do on the offensive line. So getting an upgrade at coach definitely helps. But the Bengals also have to figure out a way, because they're not a franchise used to spending a lot of money, right? So this is new to them on who they pay, how you build a roster, how you kind of divvy up all this money to go. Obviously, you have to pay Burrow, but then you have to figure out how to build a championship team around him with the remaining cash, and they're just not doing a great job of that. They, like you said, they paid all the guys on offense, which is great. But as they're seeing, I mean, when you have the defense like they do, you're not going to be a good team. You're not going to win games.
Do you think Lamar Jackson would win a Super Bowl if there was a coaching change?
I do. Oh yeah. I've talked about this. I've talked about this a ton of times I've talked about this a ton of times on the network on multiple shows. Like I think as long as Harbaugh's there, he won't win a Super Bowl. They won't win a Super Bowl together. I've just seen it enough where they lose the same way in the postseason. It's the same song and dance where you have to make a change. So I think Lamar is capable of winning a Super Bowl, but I don't think he will do it unless they get a new head coach. So, and that's the way, I think it is for a bunch of these teams. Like, I think it might be the same thing with Josh Allen and Sean McDermott. I think, like at just a certain point, you keep running it back and nothing changes. Like, you have to start to think that it's got to be a coaching issue when you can't get over the hump with the same core guys and the same great quarterback.
Yeah. All right. So enough roasting and prying from me. I'll stop asking those type of questions because I had a lot. Because I just think it's fascinating. Just the day and age that we live in where all these great quarterbacks, where in years past, like if a quarterback didn't win a Super Bowl, it's almost like a scarlet letter where you look at Dan Marino and you're like, yeah, but he never won a Super Bowl. There's going to be a lot of quarterbacks we say that about who have had really great careers. And maybe like the test of time or like, time has passed and maybe there were several guys like that like I'm unaware of. But we'll be telling our grandchildren, years from now, like, man, you should have seen these guys in their prime. It's very unfair that they didn't win a Super Bowl. All right, quickly, as I was looking at some of the lines for my Teaser Tuesday segment, which comes up later on the show, I saw this line. I was kind of confused, but I think it's because of the quarterback change. All right, so the Falcons are getting 1.5 on the road at the Saints, and it's because it is Kirk Cousins' time. Michael Penix Jr. has a partial ACL tear. They're looking at second opinions, but it does feel like it's going to be Kirk Cousins this week. Is there any hope for the Falcons? They're 3-7.
There is not. And Kirk Cousins is off. It is painful to watch him at this point in his career. He can't push the ball downfield. He can't move in the pocket. It's going to be tough. So my immediate thought was necessarily, I don't know if I want to fade the Falcons from a spread standpoint, but I think like from a team total under standpoint is what I'm looking at with Atlanta, especially in these divisional games where the teams know each other so well. The Saints defense has been playing hard all season. They've been pretty decent at home this year. So I think it's going to be tough. Cousins is just, I mean, it's time to hang it up. Like, he is so bad at this point. So I don't know. Even though they're playing some bad teams, Chelsea, like with Cousins, they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. It's going to be ugly.
I don't think that's a hot take at all. All right, speaking of takes, it's a Take Tuesday here on the show. We'll fire away our hottest and coldest takes after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Take Tuesday. In a few minutes here on the show, our producers will fire away some hot, cold, or tepid takes, and we get to rank them. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser, filling in for Jenks today. And I was looking at these takes, and I was just joking about this. So Den has one that's like not related to sports. And I was looking at the words. I'm like, is this a nickname that I like couldn't remember? Because PJ, I don't know if this ever happens to you, but we have to know so many sports that sometimes like the names, it's like I search my brain and like the archives. I'm like, okay, this person plays a sport. I just need to remember which one. Because obviously, you know, the big names, but it's like role players, like a role player for like when we were doing our handicaps for college basketball last night. And like some of the names seem familiar. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's from March Madness. I think it was somebody who played for like Michigan State. And it's just, it has been packed away for so long that it's tough to like pull up those names, you know, at the drop of a hat. Just because, again, we do so many sports on this show.
Yeah, especially in the college sports now. I mean, with NIL and transfer portal, like college basketball, like you said, is a big one. Because, I mean, so many of these kids that you see on these mid-major schools that play in March Madness, if they have more years of eligibility, there's a good chance they probably transfer to a Power 4, Power 5 school in college basketball, and then that name rings a bell. So I'm totally with you. Yeah, there are, especially in early on in college hoop season, when you're starting to watch these teams and you read about them and you're like, oh, I remember that kid when he was on like, you know, St. Peter's or like he was on Winthrop or whatever it was, and now he's playing for Texas Tech or he's on whatever team. So yeah, happens all the time to me too.
Yeah, college basketball is like the OG at the transfer portal because like that used to happen all the time. Like it used to be a big thing, and obviously there's only 5 guys on the court. So like these are big changes. So now it's a thing in like college football where like these quarterbacks play for 8 years in the college ranks and they go to all these places. But college basketball, I feel like, has always been like that.
I mean, Walter Clayton was a big one. He started his career with Pitino at Iona. And I remember watching him a little bit and being like, I like this kid. He won the Conference Player of the Year the first year he was with Pitino, and then obviously transfers to Florida. And I didn't realize it until early in the season. I'm like, oh, that Clayton kid's on Florida now. Like, he was pretty good. I always liked him. And then, sure enough, ends up being the hero last season and the big reason why Florida wins the title. So, yeah, this time of year, even your NC State team, you know, especially when you get a new coach with Will Wade, and it's like, Trey Holloman. Oh, I remember him at Michigan State. Now he's at NC State. Okay. And then they got Demarion Williams from Texas Tech. Oh, he's on NC State now. So, yeah, when you get a new coach, too, in college hoops, and they're trying to bring all these new players in, it's like musical chairs trying to figure out where these guys are.
I always wonder if it, like, affects their friendships. Like, I remember college so fondly where it was so nice to, like, build such strong friendships with people that you know, lived with for 4 years. And some of these guys have to learn new people every year. I feel like that kind of sucks. Like, I know that they're getting paid, but I don't know. I feel like that's one of my favorite parts of college is that you build an allegiance and you build some sort of a bond. And, like, maybe we'll talk about this in college hoops because there are teams that have, like, a strong core of guys who have been around for a while. And I do think it delivers, like, some sort of an X factor where those guys actually play with way more chemistry than, obviously, people who just started playing together.
I think, too, just like going to a new city, going to a new campus, right? Like getting acclimated. Like I feel like in college, I mean, it took me 2 years to know the back roads of the city or how to take the shortcuts to get to class or what places I like the best to eat in town, like all that stuff. So these guys that are transferring to like 3 schools in 4 years, I don't even feel like they really get settled in and kind of even know the campus or the city that they're living in, and then they got to pack their bags and move on to the next one.
Well, they're not going to class.
I mean
that's the simple one there. They don't need another shortcuts there. They just open the laptop and then, oh, look, I got a good grade. Here we go. I'll go to practice now.
It's fair.
But still, like, I wasn't even thinking about school. I was thinking about, like, friends and, like, you know, like building a friend group. But I guess that is your team. All right, let's fire up some takes on this Tuesday.
It's time for Take Tuesday. Are these takes hot?
So hot. So hot.
Or not?
You can't handle the truth.
All right, David, fire up take number 1 for us.
All right, take number 1. We're going to the NFL. Joe Burrow should not play this year and risk another injury with the Bengals because the Bengals pretty much have to win out to even think about making the playoffs this year.
Ooh.
PJ or Chelsea, whoever wants to start.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with this take. He should not play. Again, the season's over for Cincinnati. Burrow is a quarterback who's prone to injury. Like, there's no reason to bring him back out there, especially behind that offensive line. And the only reason you would bring back a guy like Burrow is to see if he's your quarterback of the future, and we all know that he is for Cincinnati. So, I mean, what's the point? Like, at a certain point for the Bengals, the last month of the season just becomes preseason for them. You know, like, you're at that point, especially with the roster that needs so much help on defense, you're trying to lose games so that you can get one of the top pass rushers or one of the top players in the draft, help build towards the future. Talked about that last segment, Chelsea. Like the Bengals, they need a new head coach. They also need a new GM. I mean, they just got to get better players on their team. So not only does it help them not playing Burrow so that he can just remain healthy and be okay for next year, but it helps your team so that you can try and continue to lose games so that you can get a better draft pick. So I really don't see any incentive for Cincinnati to try and win games or bring him back or rush him back. That's why that game against Pittsburgh was so important on Sunday. Now that you've lost that, your season's pretty much over. I would not bring Burrow back.
I think on paper, you're 100% right. But at what point do you think Joe Burrow starts to push back on this? Like, at what point does he start to feel like an action figure that's in the box, that's on the shelf? Because, like, think about how much time he spent on the injured list. And at what point do you think he's like, hey, let me go out there and play a little bit? Like, just to feel like what it's like to play in a game. Because, you know, it's going to be a long layoff. If he waits all the way until next year, I mean, I know he's coming back from an injury, and I don't think that it's fair to rush it or even smart to rush it. But do you get the point that I'm trying to make, PJ? Is that maybe there would be some pushback from Joe himself?
There definitely will be, I'm sure. But again, like, the last thing you want is for him re-aggravating that injury or getting another serious one and missing time next year. Like, I think the Saquon Barkley and what he was going through last year is like the perfect example. When he had a chance to go for the rushing record, they were playing in a meaningless Week 18 game, and the conversation was, do you play Barkley so that he can go for the record? They ended up not playing him. They won the Super Bowl, and now nobody really talks about that anymore because that was the goal at the end of the day, was winning the Super Bowl. The record would have been great, but then you don't want him getting hurt in that game and have one of your best players out for the playoffs. So I think it's the same with the Bengals. Like, your season's done, and the last thing you want is Burrow being hurt for next year. So I don't think you play.
All right, let's go to the next take. Den, you were up.
All right, this has nothing to do with football, but it has everything to do with how we are going to personally act the next week and a half. Corporations, big corporates killed Black Friday completely. I've been getting my emails spammed with Black Friday deals. One, that are starting now, which is not Black Friday. It's Tuesday. And two, they're 20% off. 20% off is not a Black Friday deal. We were not elbowing grandmothers for 20% off televisions. We were elbowing grandmothers in 2007 for 80% off televisions. I'm tired of these corporations trying to pull one over on us, the hardworking American people, by saying that 20% off is something we should be running out to get. You give us 30% off or nothing.
I feel this, especially in this economy, right? Where it feels like we are in a tough spot, which I'm not an economist. Don't come at me. But we deserve this. And here's the thing about Black Friday. You are rewarded for whatever work you put in. Like, this was back in the day when people used to line up and they would have the tents and they would camp outside Best Buy. But I don't know if some of this is just due to the fact that, you know, Amazon and Walmart, like, their prices are already so low. So, like, I don't know how you can change it. And a lot of it is stuff that is shipped from overseas, which we know has seen a big hike because of the tariff. So I don't know, economically speaking, but I do agree with you in principle, Denton.
I totally agree with this as well. You know, when I was growing up, my mom used to love Black Friday and waking up early, you know, getting there 2, 3 a.m., getting all these great deals. And it's just like not the case anymore. I mean, now it's like not even Black Friday. These places are opening up like late Thursday, you know what I mean? And they're going overnight. So it's just totally killed it. It's not as fun as it used to be. And it's a shame. And like Denton said, stuff used to be 70, 80% off. Now it's only like 20% off. So it stinks.
Well, all right. David, we got time for one more. Fire it up.
All right, I'm going back to the Bengals because they are so interesting. PJ, when the Bengals do fire Zach Taylor, the Bengals should go out and reunite Joe Brady with Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase as their next head coach.
I mean, it would be a fun idea to reunite those guys, but the Bengals need a defensive coordinator, man. I mean, they need somebody to get that defense right. They were at their best in the Burrow era when Lou Anarumo was people thought a great defensive coordinator, and he had that defense playing really well. Zach Taylor's always been a terrible head coach, but they still made a Super Bowl with him, not because he was calling plays or he was the coach, but because Joe Burrow was their quarterback. So I've always thought, you know, if you have an elite quarterback, you don't really need an offensive genius. You need somebody to take care of the other side of the ball, and I think that's what the Bengals need, is they need a defensive coach.
Yeah, the offense doesn't have any problems. Like, the only problem is just that Joe Burrow is not playing right now. But when Joe Burrow was playing, Joe Burrow put up MVP numbers last year. The problem was the defense, and especially since Joe Burrow is out of the age range of being like a young quarterback, I don't think it matters anymore. Like, he is a veteran quarterback enough to not need somebody to hold his hand. And plus, we got the Bengals offensive coordinator at Tennessee, Brian Callahan. And let me tell you, I think 100% of the success was Joe Burrow and 0% was Brian Callahan. So that's my point, is that I think I agree with PJ there. I think you do need somebody to shore up the defense. But I will say this, it doesn't necessarily have to be a defensive-minded head coach. Just somebody who will hire a good defensive coordinator, because that's part of the job as well, is hiring, you know, your assistants correctly and hiring good guys around you. All right, hour 3 is next. And speaking of hiring, we've got some big jobs open in college football. Where does the carousel land? It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hour 2 on a Tuesday starts right now on the Daily Tip. Presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser, and for Jenks today. And here's what's on the menu for the next hour. We'll start in college football and some of the big-time jobs that are still up for grabs. Where's Lane Kiffin going to go? And then we'll get into college hoops because we do have the State Farm Championship. Michigan State squaring off with Kentucky, Kansas, and Duke. Should be a couple of good games and a great way to get your feet wet if you haven't been paying attention to college hoops. We'll give you our handicaps for both of those games. Then we go back to the NFL. It is a teaser Tuesday as I lay out my favorite teaser legs in the NFL this week. All right, PJ, so I don't peg you as somebody who watches Hallmark movies or like the equivalent of them, but like it is Hallmark movie season with all these Christmas movies where it feels like washed up actresses who star in this. But I will say, like, some of these actresses who maybe are not A-listers anymore, like Lacey Chabert, Alicia Silverstone was in one, Melissa Joan Hart, where you say to yourself, okay, maybe they're not going to be in the blockbusters anymore, but for this role, for being in Hallmark movies, they do a damn good job. And I feel like it's the same mindset when it comes to James Franklin. Like, maybe he's not going to be starring in blockbusters anymore, but you know what? He would be damn good in a Hallmark movie. I feel like that's, you know, for somebody who goes to like NC State or went to NC State, I would love to have James Franklin. I understand he can't win the big one, but I do think he is going to be a great find for someone. And maybe that someone is Virginia Tech, where he just landed.
I completely agree. I think that when this coaching cycle wraps up in college football this offseason, I think I can confidently say that James Franklin of Virginia Tech is going to be the number one in the power rankings for like how a team did in the offseason. Now, there could be a big surprise, like maybe Cignetti goes to Penn State, maybe Nick Saban comes back to LSU. Like, I don't think either of those things are going to happen, but it would take something like that for, I think, me to look at a school landing a better coach in their current situation than what Virginia Tech did. I think this is a home run hire. Like you said, James Franklin maybe couldn't win the big one. You know, maybe his time ran out at Penn State, but that still doesn't mean he's not a really good coach. That still doesn't mean he's not a terrific recruiter. And especially in the ACC, where Clemson certainly hasn't been the same team the last 5 or 6 years. Dabo can't figure out this NIL era. Florida State super up and down. Miami can't ever win the big game. You know, it feels like they're always great at the start of the year and kind of fall off. And we'll see what Georgia Tech is doing with Brent Key and if he moves on. So ACC is going to be wide open. And Franklin kind of being on that, you know, mid-Atlantic, East Coast area, like he's right in the heart of where he loves to get all his recruits. So I think it's a slam dunk. And when Virginia Tech's rolling and when that place is winning football games, Lane Stadium is one of the best environments. We always think about Sandstorm at the beginning of games. So it is a terrific hire for Virginia Tech, Chelsea, and it's number one. Again, even if Kiffin goes to LSU, Florida, I still think Virginia Tech landing Franklin is a better hire for the Hokies. I think they nailed it. They couldn't have done any better than getting Franklin.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a great get. And I do think that a lot of times people have short memories. And all they think of is this year at Penn State. But you've got to remember the place where Penn State was at when they hired James Franklin. And even when you go further back than that, like being here in Nashville, I think of James Franklin when he was at Vanderbilt. And like that is a very tough place. I understand Vanderbilt is flying high now, but they used to be the cellar dwellers of the SEC. And it's just hard to get recruits to a place that does not have the facilities or the money that some of these other programs have. But my one question mark on James Franklin is that he used to be known famously, and he probably still is, as being a really good recruiter. Do you think any of that negates itself now that we're in the NIL era? Like, does that matter as much?
I mean, even he still showed like he's getting top recruits, and also he's been killing it in the transfer portal. Like, that's why so many people, myself included, love Penn State, because of what a great job he did with roster retention this past year, and then all the guys he was able to land in the portal. So I think Franklin's killing it. I mean, nowadays as a college coach, it's about the three main areas. You got to get guys out of high school, you got to get roster retention, and then you got to get guys out of the portal. Like, those are the three big things. And I think in the small sample size that we've gotten at Penn State, like, he's done a really good job of those three things, and I think he's going to do a really good job at Virginia Tech. And a bunch of coaches, they're maybe good at like two of those areas. They're not as good as third. Maybe they're only really good at one area, but I think Franklin's solid at all three. So, again, that's why I still think in this day and age of college football, still a very good coach. I think a change of scenery is going to be really good for him. I love the fact he's staying on the East Coast. He's still got all these great recruiting connections and all these things. And players love him. He might not win big games, but he does get a bunch of talent.
Yeah, David, I want to bring you in because I know you have all kinds of things to say because you're a Penn State guy. And I want to start kind of with dovetailing off of what PJ was saying, is that when James Franklin left Penn State, it felt like you saw so many testimonials of guys who really liked him. And like, it just feels like he is a well-liked guy, and all the players, have all these glowing things to say about him. So do you think we're, hyping up this hire too much? Or do you think as well that this is a great hire for Virginia Tech?
Oh, this is an absolute grand slam by Virginia Tech. Absolute grand slam. One of the things that I think appealed to James Franklin is, let's go to a lesser conference, because his biggest goal is to be the first African-American head coach to win a national title. And where's the path easiest to get into the college football playoffs as in a Power 4 conference? Probably the ACC. Because you never know from year to year, and look at the chaos that is the ACC this year. I mean, to me, it was a grand slam. The problem is now Penn State has to do something, and quickly, because he is a beloved coach. He is a player's coach. There may be, and I've heard rumors, a mass exodus of guys going into the transfer portal, because I think it'd be a different story if James Franklin had taken the job in like UCLA or something like that. Va-Tech is a hop, skip, and a jump away from Penn State. You're not like traveling very far if you're a student. So, and most of those guys, like PJ said, are from that Virginia and East Coast area. So Penn State at this point has to make a decision, and make a decision quickly, so they can get a guy in there and try and fend off what James Franklin is probably going to try and do, and that's poach Penn State of a majority of the players that he recruited.
Yeah. David, have you heard any rumors or, hot gossip about who Penn State might hire?
There are three names right now that I am hearing a lot about. First is Drinkwitz, the head coach from Missouri. Hartline, the offensive coordinator and number one recruiter in the nation from Ohio State. The problem with that is he's an Ohio State alum. I don't know if he leaves Ohio State to go to Penn State. And the third one, and the most interesting one, is Brian Dable.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Even though Bill Belichick's not doing much to show that the NFL coaching pipeline to college is working out, but obviously that is a different situation. I think a lot of this will depend on where Lane Kiffin goes, because it does feel like he is the one hire that I think everybody is waiting for.
Yeah.
But PJ, the problem is that Ole Miss is still playing meaningful games. And I do think Ole Miss, if they're smart, is going to offer him a lot of money, to stay at Ole Miss, because he's done great things for that program. But we do know that Lane Kiffin has some sentimental ties to the University of Florida. In fact, the reason that he wears a visor is because he grew up idolizing Steve Spurrier at the University of Florida. So there are several coaches who are in the running for the Florida job. We also have Kurt Signetti, who didn't he just sign an extension? Yeah, he's not
He
in the
did.
running.
Yeah, Elko did too at A&M.
Okay, so I read that wrong. These are the coaches who have signed extensions who are probably not going to Florida. So Mike Elko signed an extension at Texas A&M, Rhett Lashley at SMU, Matt Rule at Nebraska. But we're still waiting on Lane Kiffin, and he is the favorite overseas, at some of these books, to be the next head coach at Florida. PJ, do you think he goes to the Gators?
So you are right when you say that he is the top domino this offseason. I mean, he controls everything. Florida and LSU are going to wait as long as they have to. He's their top choice. I think he stays in Oxford. I think he stays with Ole Miss. I don't think he goes to Florida. I don't think he goes to LSU. I think he stays in Mississippi. I think the dark horse in all of this, and I don't think it'll happen, but if Alabama loses to Auburn in 2 weeks and Kellen DeBoer misses the playoff for the second straight season, I don't think they'll get rid of him, but just knowing that fan base, that he will be on the hot seat going into year 3. And I think Kiffin to Alabama is something to potentially watch too. Like if Bama does lose, I think Kiffin maybe stays at Ole Miss and then see how year 3 plays out. And potentially, because he wants the Bama job. Like, that's the job that he really, really wants. So, I think he's waiting. And now that they lost to Oklahoma, and obviously the Iron Bowl of Jordan Hare is always tough, and that's always a close game. And year 3, it could kind of be like the Brian Kelly LSU situation or Napier, where they're not going to get rid of him, but going into that next year, it's make or break. So, I think that's an interesting piece to watch in all of this as well. But I don't think he's going to Florida and LSU, and I've never bought it. Even though those jobs are better than Ole Miss, like, they're not monumental leaps, and he's done such a good job at Ole Miss, and you're still in the same conference, and you have so much job equity there. Like, I just don't think you go to a place like Florida or LSU where they're going to have to ask you to win right away, and with their track record of how quickly they've gotten rid of some of these coaches, I think he stays in Ole Miss, Chelsea. I really think Bama's the only job that he looks at where he would absolutely be willing to leave his current situation. And because now of how their season's looking and potentially what could unfold, I wouldn't put it past him that maybe he stays in Ole Miss for this next upcoming year and maybe see how the situation plays out, Bama.
I think what's different is that he's going to get a very large blank check from some of these schools. And that is going to be money that's going to be real tough to turn down if, that's the ultimate goal for him. And here's the thing. I don't know if you remember this, but loyalty has not been a trait associated with Lane Kiffin. Because again, as somebody who lives in the state of Tennessee, Vols fans are not huge fans of Lane Kiffin leaving in the night for that job at USC.
Yeah.
But I do think, that was quite some time ago. It's just he is in such a position of power right now where so many schools are after him. But the gamble for the schools is that, they could wait around for Lane Kiffin to be available or, for the season to be over. And then he stays at Ole Miss. And then, you've missed the boat on maybe some of these other, good up-and-coming coaches. So, if you're LSU, if you're Florida, do you explore other options right now? Or do you just simply wait around and just kind of hope for the home run hire?
I mean, you're definitely exploring. You're definitely fielding phone calls. You're definitely trying to test the waters of these other coaches. I think Kiffin is the number one for both of those schools. But yeah, I mean, if there's another candidate out there that you really like and you feel like you're getting a good deal and he's 100% committed to you, I could see one of these teams pulling the trigger for sure and hiring one of those other coaches. So I mean, look, Kiffin's definitely the number one on both Florida and LSU's list, but again, I mean, they're going to be in the college football playoff, and they're not going to be able to hire him until the end of December, and there's going to be a lot of guys in the portal by then and a lot of moving parts going on in college football, so they're really going to be behind the 8 ball if they just sit around and wait. And if they don't really feel like they can get him, or if they really get the sense that he's staying in Ole Miss, I think there's a good chance that one of or if both of those schools decide to go in a different direction, hire another coach.
It's wild how the tables have turned because wasn't Lane Kiffin once fired on the tarmac?
Yeah.
USC?
Yeah, USC. Yep.
What a wild turn of events to where now he's the most sought after hire in college football. And once upon a time, it felt like the narrative on Lane Kiffin was that like he kept falling up. Like, do you remember that stretch where you're like, how does he keep getting jobs? Like, it almost felt like similar to what we saw from, who was it? Kingsbury, Cliff Kingsbury, where he wasn't even good, that great in college. And they're like, hey, we're going to give you the head coaching job of the Cardinals. And you're like, what? He wasn't even good in college. So I don't know. It's crazy how the narrative has changed on Lane Kiffin. And now he is going to be a very, very rich man, no matter where he chooses to coach. All right, coming up next, we got to get to some college hoops. The State Farm Championship gives us some great top 25 matchups. We'll give you our bets for both. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's talk some college hoops. It's that time of year. I know it feels like it might have crept up on us, but we already have some big-time matchups tonight at the Champions Classic between... it's the Champions Classic, right? State Farm Championship. I'm sure it's branded, but it's Champions Classic at MSG. Michigan State facing off with Kentucky, Kansas, and Duke. And we just had like a very in-the-weeds conversation about the two major sites that a lot of us use for handicapping college hoops. So if you're not somebody who follows college basketball that closely, this might be new information to you, but KenPom.com and Bartorvik.com are like the two sites that are great at, finding analytics for shooting stats for all of these numbers. If you're into numbers, like go to those sites before you handicap some of these games. But how much do you lean on these this early in the season? Because as I look at like KenPom or whatever, and you're like, oh, this team has, great shooting splits, from beyond the arc. And then like some of these teams, you're like, wow, how many threes have they made this year? Like you can count it on one hand. But like if you've only played 4 games, some of those stats, I feel like you don't necessarily throw them out the window, but I do think you take them with a grain of salt.
100%. Yeah, I mean, I don't put too much stock into these sites until we get into like conference play in like January and we have some real data on these teams. It's just too tough early on. I mean, so much of it is based off of preseason ratings, and you with the era that we're in now with the transfer portal and all these guys coming in, you're going based off of maybe their ratings and how they performed on other schools. But when you come into a new system and a new situation, like your role could completely change. There's so many moving parts, so many different factors. So it's good to look at. I mean, certainly to get an idea of who is playing well, maybe who the metrics say are some of the top teams at least coming into the country. But I mean, these metrics and ratings, Chelsea, are going to fluctuate so much, especially because the great thing about college basketball, like we're getting tonight, is these top teams do play each other. I mean, you get so many really good early season matchups in college basketball. So obviously all these head-to-head results that we're going to have are going to make these websites and these sites, they're going to move a ton. But yeah, like Kentucky before the Louisville game last week, they were the number 1 team on KenPom. And I saw that, and I was like, we were talking about that game we were previewing. I'm like, Kentucky's the number 1 team on KenPom? Like, I like what they did in the transfer portal too, but I don't think they're better than Houston. They're better than Purdue. Like I don't know about all that. So obviously they lose that game and now they drop down to number 4. So yeah, it's things like that. So it's tough. I mean, it's good to look at and good to keep an eye on and maybe see how far up or down teams move over a 2 or 3 week span. But yeah, I think just like these sites and everything, we're all trying to find out in real time how good these teams are, and certainly it'll be a good test tonight for Michigan State, Kentucky, Kansas, and Duke. We'll find out a lot more about these teams after these games.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had some of the same thoughts as me, is that I did my preview and I tried to do my research on both these games just from a matchup standpoint, like reading some articles and kind of seeing like who's been the key position players, who's out, whatever. And so I was looking at these games and I felt like I saw these lines. I was like, that's not what I thought the line would be. Like, so let's start with this Michigan State and Kentucky game. Kentucky laying 5.5. I think this is down to 4 in some spots. But at BetMGM, I think it's still 5.5. So let me ask you, PJ, did you think this line was steep here? Think it's a lot of points for Michigan State to get in this matchup? Or am I on the wrong side here?
Yeah, I thought, especially with the line movement, it opened up about 5.5, 6.5, and like you said, it's kind of moving down. It looks like it's back at 5.5 now on BetMGM, but it's minus 102 to Kentucky. So the line is moving more so towards 5, 4.5. It feels about right. The big thing I want to see with Kentucky, and we'll see if their big man, Jaden Quintons, plays tonight, the transfer from Arizona State. The reason why so many people like Kentucky this year is because their defense on paper was supposed to be much improved. They went and got Mo Diabate from Alabama, and they went and got Denzel Aberdeen from Florida, Quaintance, who I just mentioned. Like, they have some stud defensive players, but my big takeaway from that Kentucky-Louisville game is it just feels like it's the same Kentucky defense. And that's why coaching is so important in college basketball, because you can have great individual defenders, but if your coach just isn't a good defensive coach, like, it's going to be tough for them to reach their potential or how they were playing at their other stops. And I just kind of think that's what Mark Pope is. You know, he's a terrific offensive coach, and Kentucky's going to be an awesome offensive team this year. But I have real questions about their defense. And when you get in a game like this, when you're going up against the Tom Izzo team, where you know it's going to be a war, you know it's going to be physical, you know you're going to battle on defense, you know they're going to have to battle on the glass and rebounding, it's going to be a tough game. And in games like this, where tonight it's at Madison Square Garden, and it's a neutral site game, and in these type of early season matchups, in these type of high-profile games, you tend to lean towards the under, right? Because it's just like different shooting sites. You're in an NBA arena. It's neutral. So like all these different factors tends to lean towards the under. And if we're going to get an under type game, and I'm getting on paper probably the better defensive team, the better coach team, the better rebounding type team, then I would lean towards Michigan State. Michigan State wants an under type of game. Kentucky wants a game in the 90s on hundreds. Michigan State wants a game in the 70s. So because the total is at 153.5, I mean, the Kentucky-Louisville total, Chelsea, we were talking about that game last week, that total was in like the 170s, right? So this total, we're getting in the 150s, 153. That, to me, is telling me that odds makers, bettors, they tend to see this as more of a Michigan State type game. The fact that it's neutral site, I like that more for Michigan State. So I think Sparty's probably the play for me in this game. I like them plus 5.5. I think they're alive in the game as well. So yeah, I would look at Michigan State plus the points against Kentucky tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I feel like it's a tough matchup for Kentucky just because, like you mentioned, it's kind of a clash of styles where Kentucky wants to run and gun, Michigan State wants to play in the half court, and we've already kind of seen not exactly like a template game, but Michigan State has played somebody kind of similar in Arkansas. They won that game 69-66. 66. Should be noted that it was a home game for Michigan State, but I will say, you know, Kentucky is like a better version of Arkansas, where Arkansas like has a few guys that are extremely athletic. Kentucky has like a whole roster of guys who are just like extremely athletic. And here's the thing, if Michigan State can hit like, I don't know, a couple threes, because this has been the problem for Michigan State so far this season. They're like 352nd in 3-point percentage, but again, it's only been 3 games into the season. So you would think that there would be some like reversion back to the mean. And obviously that will help, you know, their game inside out, because so far it's been a team that certainly can crash the boards with Jackson Kohler. So I think that Kentucky is going to have their hands full down low, because this is a good team as far as post players go. But 5.5, I don't know, seems like too many points. But again, PJ, I feel like we both liked Kentucky. Who is it? Was it Louisville getting 5.5 against Kentucky? So I don't know.
Yeah, Kentucky was getting a lot of points in that game. Louisville was the right side the whole time. And again, I thought the Kentucky defense would be better in that game. I wasn't impressed with what I saw. So I think they're going to struggle again tonight against Michigan State. So I do like the Spartans. But for me, you know, I think this is more of a game I want to watch to see what Michigan State looks like, because Izzo's team doesn't have a ton of NBA talent, but they got Tom Izzo, and he's still one of the best. And his teams are always well coached. And he, in this NIL era, it's like he's not trying to get the lottery pick. He's trying to get his kind of guys into the program. And that's what he's about. So, yeah, I think in a game like this, you know, I think Michigan State, I think it's a good matchup for them against Kentucky. But another good litmus test for the Cats too, to see if their defense is much improved, because ultimately if they want to get to a Final Four, win a national championship like a lot of people think they're capable of this season, they got to get much better on the defensive side of the floor.
Do you think coaching matters more this early in the season? Like, I almost feel like it's bookends, where it matters so much at the end of the year and at the first of the year, where you're trying to, you know, figure out rotations. And even if the chemistry is not there, like, the coaching is where you figure out what works sooner in the season. Like, do you think there's something to that? Because if you look at the coaching matchup, nothing against Mark Pogue, but I do think that Coach Izzo looks like the better head coach in this matchup.
100%. No, it's a great point. For like you said, I mean, you got, so many different moving parts with your roster. You're trying to figure out rotations. You also don't have a lot of film on these other teams, so you have to adjust on the fly. You got to adjust at halftime and at all these TV timeouts and all these little things. So coaching definitely a massive part of all this. And, again, I mean, Izzo is still, we talk about him, how great he is in March, and this is going to feel like a tournament game tonight with this being neutral site at Madison Square Garden. There's going to be great energy. Kentucky fans always travel well. I think it's the best fan base in college basketball. Michigan State should have a great turnout as well. So it's going to have a tournament feel to it. And again, we talk about it all the time. When you get to March, not many coaches you want more than Izzo. So another kind of reason to pull from like Michigan State in the game tonight.
Yeah, I think I'll be on that side. The other big one tonight, number 24 Kansas against number 4 Duke. And this line is pretty high. Duke laying 11.5. It's 10.5 in some spots. But I think what this line says is that Darren Peterson's probably not going to play for Kansas because that's the big question mark. He is one of their best players. People have compared his game to Kobe Bryant. But that's a big hole and big shoes to fill, especially when you're going against a Duke team that feels very well-rounded, and it feels like they've been off to a really hot start. They have the Boozer brothers who are going to be exceptionally skilled down low. So I understand why Duke is favored, but let me ask about this line, PJ. Do you think much, or do you like Duke here?
These type of games are always so fascinating to me, Chelsea, especially when it's this early on in the season. And you're right, Darren Peterson is a stud, terrific player. If the NBA draft was tomorrow, I think he'd be the number 1 pick. I think he's that good. But we don't know how valuable he is to the line, and we don't know how valuable he is to the spread. I think the market's telling you he's probably worth about 4 points because this opened up about 7.5. Maybe they had an idea he wasn't going to play, so maybe if he was playing, this line would be closer to 6.5 or somewhere in that range. So maybe he's worth 5 points to the line. At least that's what they think. I always like betting into these types of games, though. And I love doing this with the NBA, too, where when a star player is out, people just assume that team is going to get rolled, but so many times you see the role players step up and guys fill the shoes, or you see the other team kind of play down the level of their competition a little bit, or it's Darren Peterson's not playing tonight, so maybe this game isn't going to be as tough as we thought, those kind of things. So look, we just talked about the coaching in the first game. I mean, Bill Self is still really, really, really good. And he's going to have his guys ready, and I think they're going to have a good game plan without Peterson. 11.5 is a ton of points. Chelsea, Duke played Texas to kick off the season in Charlotte, and they were an 11.5-point favorite in that game. So now you're telling me Duke is the same, it's the same line without Darren Peterson against Kansas? I can't buy that. I just think this line is too high. So I think Duke wins the game. But I think there's such an overreaction to Peterson because of what a terrific player he is that people just think Kansas is going to suck without him and they're not going to be able to keep this within the number. I disagree. So I also like Kansas in the game. For me, the fact that the Texas game is priced the same way that the Kansas game is, it would be Kansas or pass for me.
I think some of this is... Maybe it's not because Kansas is a blue chip program as well, but I think people remember the Duke team from last year. Do you ever think this goes into college basketball numbers where it's okay, the books are going to put it a little bit higher because you have to pay a premium on some of these teams that people the casual bettor knows is a good program. Again, Kansas is one of those programs too, but Duke was so good last year and now they have the Boozer brothers. It just feels to me like it is a game that Duke should be favored, but maybe not by this many points.
Agreed. And to your point, even though, Kansas is a blue blood, they're one of the top programs in the sport, they haven't really been that way the last few years. They won a national championship about 3 years ago, but ever since that, they've kind of been a 6 seed or they've been a 7 seed. They really haven't been in the national championship picture all that much. And again, without Peterson, people are kind of viewing that the same way. This is kind of a Kansas team that's going to be middle of the pack in the Big 12 versus Duke, who's a championship contender. But I think you're right, Chelsea, and it's a good point. where people just think about the team last year. They think about the Boozer twins, and this Duke team is nowhere near what they were last year. They're good, but they're not nearly as good as that team. So I think it's too many points. I'll be betting both games tonight so I can have action on both games and really lock in on these teams. And I think I'm riding with both dogs. I think I like Sparty and I like Kansas in this game against Duke.
I just saw where this tips off at 9 o'clock. What are we doing? Come on, man. I'll watch the first half because I do want to see Cameron Boozer play. Because, you read the articles on him, and it just sounds like he is so skilled and technically sound, which makes sense, when your dad played in the NBA. So I'm excited to see him play. I'm excited to see what Duke has. But maybe it'll be a little closer than this line indicates. All right, coming up next, back to the NFL. It's a Teaser Tuesday. I'll give you my favorite teaser legs for this week in the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Teaser Tuesday on the show. If you're new here, I do teasers every single week. And what you do is you get 6 points in your favor. I try to tease short dogs who I think that can win outright. And so you get, like, say, a 3-point dog, and you go through the key numbers of, 3, you get 6, you get 7, all the way up to 9 points. Some weeks are easier than others, but PJ Glasser in for Jenks, I should say that. PJ, this week was tough. Like, usually I do one glance through the slate, and, like, I'll add them, to the card, and I'm like, okay, that's a good one. That's a for sure. And you go down the slate, and you make your initial read. But this week I had to go through like 3 times. Like, I had to add teams that I did not love on the first glance simply because, like, somebody had to be in the teaser. But PSA, this is not my favorite week for teasers in the NFL.
I agree. And my initial thought was like, it might be the kind of week to tease down because we have like 3 or 4 games where the spread is like 6.5, 7, 7.5, and you tease those teams down, but there are probably going to be a couple upsets. So, like the Packers are minus 6.5 against the Vikings, so you tease them down. The Rams are 6.5 at home against the Bucks, you tease them down. But I don't know, the way the Packers are playing right now, and it's just divisional game, that scares me. And then the Bucks is a big dog like that with Baker. That would scare me too. So I'm with you. And then there aren't a lot of dogs where I'm like, I want to tease them up because it feels like they could be games where, like, if the favorite covers, they could just blow them out. So I agree with you, Chelsea. This is a tough week. I'm interested to see the 3 teams that you decided to roll with because I don't know. Usually I like putting together a teaser every week as well. I just don't know if I'm going to do that this week. It's not, honestly, I don't love the board this week in the NFL with the spreads themselves. I don't really like too many teasers either.
I think the bottom line is just there's not that many teams you can trust in the NFL, right? Like, hasn't that been the theme of this week? Is that we've been trying to find, like, who's in the circle of trust. So you look at the board and you're like, okay, who do I trust for my teaser? And it just feels like there's very few teams. Even like some of the bad teams in the NFL, you can't trust them to be bad because they have such a wide array of outcomes. Like we were talking about the Jaguars, where it feels like the Jags either get like blown out by 20 or they score like 35 points. Like there's no in between. And like I made the mistake of putting the Falcons in a teaser once and they lost by 30 to the Panthers. So like some of those teams, I can't trust them to do anything because like for me, betting is who can you trust to be one thing? They either need to be really bad and you can trust that they're going to be bad every single week, or they need to be really good and you can trust that they can be really good every single week. And it just feels like we have very few teams that kind of fit that mold. So that's why teasers have been tough. And PJ, it's usually one team that ruins it for me. Last week, it was the Bucks. I had the Bucks plus 11.5 against the Bills in my teaser. Seahawks plus 8.5. That was a winner. They kept it close with the Rams. Ravens minus 2.5 over the Browns. That was a winner. So it was the Bucks that lost it for me, and they lost 44-32. So like that one was close, and it did feel like that was a winning leg for most of the game because Josh Allen didn't really decide to go off till the fourth quarter. So it's always somebody. That's why teasers are hard because it's basically like a parlay, and somebody is gonna ruin it. So that's why I always say, "Who ruins my teaser?" Because it's usually somebody.
That was tough. I mean, like you said, that Bucks game, they were pretty much covering the 5.5 for a majority of the game. So for them to not even cover that bet, and let alone your teaser, and you're off by a point, that's tough. So the Ravens-Browns game we were talking about last week, and I told you that game, made me nervous. I thought Cleveland would play him tough. The Ravens win, but I didn't know by how many. So that was a good one to get that home. And then the Seahawks, I mean, they should have won that game. Darnold threw 4 interceptions, and they still had a chance to win it at the end. So that was a good call there with Seattle. They are just such a good road team. Their defense is so good. I mean, if they're ever a dog on the road, I think teasing them up is always a good move moving forward.
Yeah, I think the one lesson that maybe I should learn moving forward from that Bucks-Bills game is that don't tease against favorites that are capable of scoring 40 points. Because I already did this with the Lions. Like, I don't ever tease against the Lions just because their offense is so explosive that they're fully capable of putting up a 40 spot. So obviously, points at a premium. You know, you need to keep have a team to keep it relatively close. There is certainly blowout potential with some of these high-octane offenses. And now I'm learning that obviously the Bills are one of those. I just thought the Bucs would keep it a little bit closer. All right, so it's time to see who ruins my teaser this week as we play Teaser Tuesday.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, so I've already prefaced this by saying that it's a tough week for teasers. At least that's what I thought on my initial glance. But I'll say this, PJ, sometimes the bets that you really love are the ones that lose, and sometimes bets that you don't even feel that great about, they're the winner ones. So we'll see how this one fares. So I'm going to give you my legs. We're going to start with a team that's looked like one of the best bets in the NFL, one of the best teams in the NFL so far this season. Gonna go the Patriots. So the line over at BetMGM is Patriots laying 7.5 on the road at the Bengals. So you tease that down to the Patriots laying 8.5 on the road. I don't know what else the Patriots have to do to prove it to us that they're a good team. Plus the Bengals, you know, dealing with all kinds of things. Jamar Chase suspended for this game. So I think they're going to have a tough time going against that Patriots defense. Next up, we're going to go the Colts +3. So that's the initial line. So we tease it all the way up to Colts +9. This is going to be a real litmus test for the Colts to see if they're truly a contender in the NFL. And they have played some good teams. Maybe I'm being a little mean on the Colts. But they have all these great numbers. We know the Chiefs tend to play in close games. But also the Chiefs are a team that, of course, you know, have great weapons. And it's not going to shock me if occasionally they have a blowout game. But we're going to go Colts +9. And then finally, I don't think there's going to be many points scored in this game. There is a reason that the total is 37 between these two god-awful offenses. So I'm going to go Browns +9 at the Raiders. Don't know if you tuned in to see the Raiders offense last night, but boy, was it terrible. And honestly, I don't think it's going to get better when you're facing a Browns defense that is pretty damn good. So I'm going to go Browns +9. So PJ, here's the teaser. Patriots -1.5 over the Bengals. Colts +9 against the Chiefs. Browns +9 on the road at the Raiders. Who ruins my teaser?
I think it's going to be the Indianapolis Colts. That would be the leg that worries me the most because the Chiefs this season, all 5 of their wins have been by 13 or more points. So when they've won, they've actually won pretty convincing, and they've won by double digits. And of their 5 losses, all of them have been by 1 possession. We talk about how great the Chiefs have been forever in these one-score games. They're 0-5 this year in one-score games. 3 of those losses have come by 3 points. So I never do this, and I know it's frowned upon. I like the game, but I would actually flip it and go Chiefs +3 because I like them to win, but I think at the chance that they lose, you get them at the key number at 3, and it feels like when the Chiefs lose, they lose by 3 like they did against Denver on Sunday. So I don't know, backs against the wall. The Colts, you know, we talked about them yesterday as being a fraudulent team. That just feels like a game where Daniel Jones is going to struggle against Spags. And again, like the Chiefs, they have not been good at one-score games, so I think the sense of urgency for them to step on the gas and try and blow out Indy is certainly going to be there. But if they lose, like, it's going to be close. They're not going to get blown out by the Colts. So I like the game, and it's something I never do, but I actually kind of think teasing the Chiefs through 0 and making them +3 would be the way that I go. I like your Patriots leg, and I like the Browns as well. Again, offense going to be tough to come by in the Raiders and Browns game. That Browns defense is excellent, so they should keep it within the number. And then especially without Jamar Chase, I mean, the only chance the Bengals had in that game was to outscore New England, and they're going to have a tough time doing that without one of the top wide receivers in the NFL. So Pat's leg I like, Browns leg I like, but I'd make the Chiefs +3. So what do you think? Even though I know it's frowned upon, can I convince you to flip the Colts +9 to Chiefs +3?
No, you may not. And I feel like not only is it frowned upon, gambling Twitter would throw tomatoes at you, PJ. Or at least they'd throw tomatoes at me if I tease through 0. Honestly, I think if that's your read, just play the Chiefs. You know, like, don't put it in a teaser. just play the Chiefs, -3. Like, obviously it's still at a key number, but if that's your read there, I think you just, play that game by itself because not everything is a good teaser leg. I do think there are some other candidates. Like, let me throw you these two honorable mention bets, and I think you mentioned them when we were talking about this. So instead of the Colts, you could replace that game with either the Steelers +9 against the Bears or the Packers laying a half point at home against the Vikings. Would you trade either of those, and which one would it be?
Yeah, it would be the Steelers. I like that one as well at +9. I mean, look, the Bears, they're 7-3. They're obviously having a great season, but I mean, every team they've beaten is not a good team, and they're not winning these games convincingly. All these games are close. They beat Dallas by 17, but since then they beat the Raiders by 1, Commanders by 1, Bengals by 5, Giants by 4, Vikings by 2. Like, every Bears game is close. It comes down to the wire. And with the Steelers needing that one, it just feels like a kind of game that's going to come right down to the wire. So I think that's a close game, even with Mason Rudolph in there between those two teams. I think Steelers +9 is a good look. So if I were to make a teaser this week when you were going through your team, Steelers +3 would have been one of my top choices. Or Steelers +9, yeah.
I think what scares me about the Steelers and Mason Rudolph is that Mason Rudolph is a good backup quarterback, but I think the situation needs to be better because, like, the Steelers' defense has not been trustworthy this year. Like, it's wild. They have all these big names, but, like, the defense has not kept them in games. In fact, it's lost them games. So I think you get a backup quarterback and a defense that I don't trust. Like, that's not a great recipe for success. But I do agree with you in that there's going to be a regression for the Bears. So, like, maybe that's where the +9 comes in. Because, again, Steelers don't have to win the game. They just need to keep it close. What about the Packers? Like, why do I feel so iffy about them just winning a game at home over the Vikings? Is that crazy?
Divisional matchup, and I mean, they lost at home to the Panthers, right? As 14-point favorites.
Ugh.
So, I mean, and then when we saw them against the Eagles, that was 10-7. Their offense, yeah, I'm with you. I just get a funny feeling about that game. They should win, but I wouldn't touch the Packers.
All right, after the break, our big takeaways from last night's Cowboys rout over the Raiders. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend. Wait for it. Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. It's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and it starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's PJ Glasser and for Jenks. And coming up in the next hour, we'll start with our big takeaways from the Cowboys' rout of the Raiders. Are the Raiders really that bad? My goodness, they have 2 wins on the season, and they had, a total of 27 rush yards last night. We'll give you our biggest takeaways from that game. And then at 8:20, we bring in Tom Carroll, who covers the Patriots for WEEI, because I think a lot of us have a lot of questions when it comes to the Patriots. Are they for real? Should we trust them in the postseason? Should Drake May be named MVP of the league? So it's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. All right, PJ. So not much of a game last night, but I don't think any of us had super high hopes for 2 teams with losing records on Monday Night Football. But the Cowboys do get the job done 33-16. Dak Prescott had himself a night, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and huge nights for his receivers. Most notably, George Pickens, 9 catches, 144 yards, and a touchdown. So I think that we knew that the Cowboys offense certainly had this potential. But, is the bigger takeaway how bad the Raiders were last night?
Yeah, I think it has to be, especially because, we talked about it, how Vegas was averaging 15.5 points per game going into yesterday. They scored 16. But they're going up against one of the worst defenses in the NFL, and Jerry Jones at the trade deadline made the move for Quinnen Williams, which definitely helped. It definitely improved their defensive line. Their run, even though the Raiders didn't really try and run the ball last night, their run defense was still pretty good. They were getting more pressure against Geno Smith, but this is all about the Raiders, and this is all about Geno Smith, and moving forward, what Vegas is going to do. They need a lot of help on their roster, really. Brock Bowers and Max Crosby are the only bright spots. Those are the kind of 2 cornerstones that you look at that you can build around on each side of the ball. But they need a lot of help. They need to start nailing draft picks. And, the Raiders are going to be in an interesting situation going into the offseason, Chelsea. We haven't talked about this yet, but they make the trade for Geno Smith. And if you were the Vegas front office, would you try and go get a guy like Kyler Murray in the offseason? Would you take the route of going after a veteran quarterback? Or the fact that you're 2-8, do you think that Vegas should go after one of these quarterbacks in the first round next year? Because it's a lost year now. It's more of the same stuff. Every week they struggle to score points. They do need a lot of help. They do need a receiver. But I think Vegas, this year in the draft, might be looking at getting a quarterback first round, wide receiver second round. Give yourself a franchise guy, hopefully under center. Give yourself a receiver, a playmaker that you can help build around. You went out and got Genti. You got Bowers the last 2 years. Now it's time to get the quarterback. It's time to get the wide receiver and go from there, because it's a terrible product that they're putting out every week. And if they can't take advantage of the Dallas defense and put up points against them, it's going to be brutal for them each and every week moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's going to take more than 1 year's draft class to fix the Raiders. It's similar to my thoughts on, the Titans, is that, I talk about this all the time because I'm a Titans fan. Me and my husband are like, okay, what do we need in this year's draft? We don't need to win any more games. Let's see what we need. We don't need a quarterback, but we need just about everything else, because that's what it feels like to the Raiders to me, is that they do have, a couple bright spots. But the NFL is the ultimate team game where you need, guys at every position. And I do think the offensive line is not great either, because Geno Smith was under a lot of pressure. And here's the other question I want to ask. Do you think the Cowboys defense is better than maybe people give them credit for? Because I will say this. Quinnen Williams looks like he has made a difference on that defensive line. And you heard the announcers calling his name all night long. Granted, against a Raiders offense that's bad and the offensive line isn't really stopping anybody, maybe there's not many takeaways there. But again, like, we're talking about two losing teams. So I know that, like, this talk is not, going to be parlayed to the postseason probably. But again, in the short term, talking about the Cowboys and maybe like what we think of them moving forward just from a betting standpoint, do you think this defense is going to be better down the stretch, or do you think it's just a product of playing the Raiders?
I do think it's going to be better. It's just it's tough to know. It's tough to know when you're going up against the Raiders offense. And they're like, you look at their last few games, and if you go all the way back to the Colts game in Week 5, they scored 6 against Indy, 20 against the Titans, shut out against Kansas City, had 29 against Jacksonville, but then 7 against Denver and 16 last night against Dallas. So they've scored 7 or fewer points in 3 of their last 6 games. And I do think Dallas is better. I think they've made improvements. And Jerry clearly has made an emphasis on the interior defensive line. When he traded away Micah Parsons, he got Kenny Clark, and now he's gone after Quinn Williams. So he feels like the big fix to this defense is the interior line, and they have gotten better in that area. Again, going into last night's game, though, they were the worst against opposing wide receivers, one of the worst secondaries in the NFL, and they were bottom 3 against the run. So they're better, but I don't think they're better to a point where now all of a sudden, like, I'm rushing to bet unders with Dallas, or now I'm rushing the window to just bet them in general. Like, I still don't think this is a great defense, and I think when they go up against better teams, those teams will score points on the Cowboys. But I do think you will continue to see them make strides, and I think that moving forward, the rest of the year, like, they are going to be a defense that gets better. Like, I look at the Bengals situation and how bad that defense is, and I don't think they're getting any better. I think Dallas is going to get better, and they're going to make improvements. So, still not a good defense, but it's going to be a better defense than what we've seen for most of the year.
Well, and here's the thing. They're going to be playing the top teams in the NFL for the next 3 games. So their next game, they play the Eagles. The game after that, they play the Chiefs. And then after that, they play the Lions. So here's the thing. The handicap on the Cowboys, I think, even going into last night's game was, okay, they've got a chance against bad teams, but I'm not trusting them, even that offense, against the best defenses in the NFL, because I fell into the Cowboys trap going against the Broncos. I put the Cowboys in a teaser saying, okay, at least this offense should be good. And they've got like these high impact pieces that even against the best defenses, you would think that in garbage time, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb can combine for a decent game. Wasn't the case. Cowboys lost by 20 points in that game. So I think you were kind of leading into this in one of our other segments, is that maybe it's a good sell high point on the Cowboys, where people saw that offense last night. And again, it's very easy to fall into the trap of thinking, wow, this is a great receiver core. How do they not score 30 points every single week? But we've seen this line for their next game, the Cowboys, just 3.5-point underdogs at home to the Eagles. Is this where you say, okay, we don't believe in the Cowboys, it's time to bet on the Eagles?
I think it might be, especially because the last 2 kind of times we've seen the Eagles have been primetime games against the Packers and the Lions, where they've scored a combined 2 touchdowns. So not only are you getting Dallas off a convincing performance where their offense looked good, defense looked improved. I mean, the Eagles, even though they beat 2 good teams, like, they have looked terrible. And the thing is, Chelsea, when you're a team like Philly that won the Super Bowl last year and looked so dominant doing it, and your defense was great and the offense was scoring a bunch of points, it's tough for people to look at a team like that and rushing to bet them to lay points. It's kind of similar with the Chiefs and how they've been the last couple of years, where it's a team that continues to win, but we've seen so much of Mahomes and that offense look so great that when they're struggling to score points, it's kind of tough for us to just accept, like, that's who they are kind of thing. So I think even though Philly, like, they are a bad offense, I think this could be a nice matchup for them because, they've played in 2 big games the last couple weeks against 2 decent defenses. Certainly the Packers on the road in Lambeau are a very good defense, but because kind of the Cowboys looked better than maybe they actually are, it feels like a nice spot for Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts has played really well against the Cowboys, especially in Dallas the last couple of years. So I think this could be a nice spot for the Eagles. I don't know if I'm going to lay the 3.5 with them, but I think I might look at like their team total over on Sunday. Could be a play for me.
Yeah, speaking of totals, total in this game is 49.5. So odds makers, I think, are kind of expecting the Eagles to score some points, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would think so for sure. Dallas obviously being at home and how their offenses look for much of the year, they think they're going to score. When these two teams played all the way back in week 1 to kick off the season, it was like a 28-24 game. If you remember, that game was a shootout before we had the weather delay, right? So I think because of the matchup we had earlier and the way that Dallas's offense is playing, I think they're probably feeling like there are going to be some points. Do you think the under in that game is probably going to be the public side, the more popular play, just because of how Philly's offenses looked?
I don't think so, just because the public hates betting unders. And here's the other thing, like, this is an indoor game. And I feel like it always helps when, especially for like passing offenses for Dak Prescott, it's going to help the offenses, to score some points. I will say 49.5 feels steep to me, just because I think the problem with betting on overs with the Eagles is that they're very similar to the Chiefs in this regard, that they're very good at taking up a ton of time on their drives. Like, what was it? I think it was their last primetime game where they had like an 8-minute drive, and although they didn't capitalize on it, I think Jalen Hurts like fumbled down the stretch. Again, they're very good at dinking and dunking their way down the field to where you look up and you're like, oh my God, that's the whole first quarter. So those are teams that I'm kind of wary on betting the over on, just because it's one of those things you don't really notice until you bet on it, that can play a huge role in totals.
Definitely. So I think I'll end up staying away from the total. Again, I don't want to overreact too much to one game against the Raiders for Dallas and some of the new pieces that they have on defense. And Philly, I get it. The offenses looked really bad. They've looked bad more than they have been good this season, but they've really played well in these matchups against Dallas, and it is kind of a nice spot to buy in on their offense because of how putrid they've looked in the last couple primetime games. So I'm staying away, but I think my lean probably would be to the over. I'm tending to agree with you, Chelsea. I think we might get some points in the game.
Yeah, and let me say this. The Eagles are going to rush for more than 27 yards. I think we can guarantee that. PJ, I still can't wrap my brain around this. The fact that the Raiders only had 27 rush yards last night, like, this feels like it would be a box score from an Alabama versus the Citadel game. Like, what are you doing? I know it's a losing game script, but you still have to at least try to run the ball. Like, what's Chip Kelly thinking?
Geno Smith had the most rushing yards last night for the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't think that's a good thing if you're a Raiders fan, right?
No.
Gentry had 7. Mostert had 6. Your running backs carried the ball 8 times. You threw it 42 times, and you only ran it 8 times with your running back. Like, that is just an atrocious gameplay, especially off a bye week. I mean, you've had 2 weeks to kind of look at this defense, think about your game plan, how you're going to attack it. And they thought their best plan of attack would just be to just drop Geno back 40-plus times and throw it all over the field with Brock Bowers as like your only decent wide receiving option. It really is puzzling. It makes no sense. And I think Chip Kelly's a really good play caller. But the Raiders' run game has been so bad this season, but that just doesn't mean like you abandoned it and like you don't go to it. You drafted Ashton Gentry 6 overall because he was supposed to be a guy that you were going to lean on for much of the season. And it kind of feels like, I don't want to say the Raiders are just giving up on the run game, but they're like, we've had no success like all season. I get Dallas has a bad pass defense, but you can't just like lean into that. My thought is they have such a bad pass defense. Could you imagine if you're running the ball well and then you get the play action game going and then you're almost going to shred them even more than you would if you're not getting the run game going? So, yeah, I mean, that definitely contributed to the Raiders losing last night. That was just a horrendous offensive game plan from Vegas against Dallas. I think they overthought it way too much, and they just thought, oh, the addition of Quinnen Williams and all this, like, we maybe can't run the ball, and their pass defense is so bad, we'll just throw it all over the place. That was a bad game plan from Vegas.
Yeah, and it's not like Geno Smith was looking like all world out there. Like, in no world should Geno Smith be throwing the ball 42 times. That is not a winning game plan. Like, maybe if you have Matt Stafford, you can pull that off, but like, oh my God, Geno Smith didn't look good either. Like, is Geno Smith officially washed? Like, are we out on Geno Smith?
I think so. And I
Bless him.
liked him a lot in Seattle. I thought the Raiders were going to be a playoff team this season. I was buying in. I thought he was going to have a great year. I think he's cooked. I think it's over for Geno.
I think it probably does not help that he's playing on the Raiders, but like he didn't do much to help himself out either last night. So it was just an all-around absolutely terrible showing from the Raiders, looking like one of the worst teams in the NFL. All right, coming up next, from worst to best, we talk about the Patriots. Tom Carroll from WEEI joins the show to answer all of our burning questions on Drake May and the Pats. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. And it's time to talk about one of the most interesting teams in the NFL this year, and that is the New England Patriots. PJ Glasser in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we'll tag in Tom Carroll, who covers the Patriots for WEEI. So, PJ, I've just been talking about this. I'm going to try to keep it professional and not sound bitter, but, like, the Patriots are good again. Like, it feels like it's been 2 seconds. Like, oh, man, you had, like, 3 tough seasons. Really feel for you guys up in Boston that you had to face adversity for a few mere years. Meanwhile, some of us aren't even, like, to the level where, like, my Titans have never won a Super Bowl. Like, not a single Super Bowl. So, like, when I hear, like, Boston fans complain, like, yeah, we haven't been good for years. Oh, 3 years? Like, try forever.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, they got it good in Boston. I think what annoys me more is that it looks like they have another stud at quarterback, you know? Like, it's one thing if they were good again, but it's like now they have to have, like, another really good quarterback, and especially another one in the AFC, as there isn't already enough. Like, can we get some good quarterbacks in the NFC? We're a little too crowded over here in the AFC. So I think that's what's annoying is not only are the Patriots good, but they got a really good young quarterback who's only going to get better and better. But yeah, I mean, look, they're 9-2. They've won 8 games in a row, and they're looking like they're going to be here to stay once again. So I'm with you. I wish it was a little longer where the Patriots were bad, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
It also does not help that I am a Titans fan, and Mike Vrabel's just up there killing it. So it never feels great to see somebody leave your team and go to another team and just immediately be one of the best coaches in the NFL. All right, so with that glowing introduction, let's bring in Tom Carroll. Tough crowd, I know. Covers the Patriots for WEEI. So what's the feeling in New England right now? I understand it is a tough crowd to please just because you guys have won so many championships, but it feels like the season could not be going any better. Like, where is the positivity and where is the mindset for Patriots fans right now?
Yeah, look, vibes are high, and why wouldn't they be? This winning streak has been incredible to watch, even though the opponents haven't been all that solid. And you guys mentioned it. It's all about Drake May. The fact that this team seemingly has a franchise quarterback again is remarkable, given what you've seen across the rest of the NFL, where teams can go generations without replacing the guy, right? Like, look what's going on in Miami. Tua clearly isn't the guy. Look what's happened in Denver post Elway. It took them until, Peyton Manning had that neck injury at Indianapolis to miraculously fall in their lap. I mean, it takes years and years and years to replace the all-time great most of the time. And here in New England, all they had to do was go through the Mac Jones speed bump, and now here's Drake May. So it's been really cool to watch and cover. I know maybe the rest of the country is kind of annoyed by it, but realistically, this franchise hasn't been all that great since really the middle of the 2019 season. If you guys remember, they started 8-0 that year, and then down the stretch, it didn't look great, and it culminated with a loss to Mike Vrabel in the playoffs at Gillette Stadium, Tom Brady's last game as a Patriot. And since then, it's been a lot of mediocrity. I know they went to the playoffs in 2021, but that was a lot of fool's gold. That was also a weak schedule that they were able to eat wins on. And Bill Belichick ended the way he ended. So they finally get the coach. They finally get the quarterback. And here we are, Patriots, as one of the 2 best teams in the AFC right now, record-wise.
Yeah, 9-2, Tom. So Drake May obviously has gotten all the headlines and the accolades, and rightfully so. He's had a terrific season. Outside of Drake, if you could pinpoint like one player on the Patriots who has meant the most to why this team has been so good this season, who else would you contribute a lot of the success to besides Drake May?
I'll give you a guy on both sides of the ball. We'll start on defense. Milton Williams has been spectacular, and him hitting the IR is actually a huge loss for this team. They have been so stout against the run, and he has been a massive part of that. He has been a force in the middle and someone who came in with some question marks coming out of Philly because he was a guy that didn't have a ton of snaps for the Eagles last year. I think he only played 46% of the snaps on that Eagles defensive line, that vaunted Eagles defensive line. So coming in, people were saying, is he overpaid? Did they overpay because he just won a ring? No, it's not an overpay. The guy's one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL. So him being out the next 4 games is going to be a big loss for the Patriots. It's going to be interesting to see how they kind of deal with that over the next few weeks here. So that's who I'm going with on defense. On offense, I mean, he's a name that we all recognize. It's Stephon Diggs. The Patriots haven't had a receiver like Diggs since Edelman's last healthy season. They haven't had that sure-handed guy where when the ball is being thrown his way, you're pretty confident that he's going to catch the ball. And, that's been a huge talking point here in New England for years because this organization has continually whiffed on drafting receivers and passing on receivers. In Tennessee, A.J. Brown, one of those guys that the Patriots passed on that ended up getting drafted afterwards. That was the N'Keal Harry draft. They also passed on DK Metcalf and Terry McLaurin and a whole group of guys that year for a guy in N'Keal Harry who's no longer in the NFL. So Jalen Polk, the most recent example of that, they traded down with the Chargers, and then the Chargers picked Ladd McConkey in that spot. And Jalen Polk is, I don't know what he's doing right now in the Steelers. I assume he's still injured. So anyways, Stephon Diggs has been fantastic with Drake May. That chemistry has come together immediately. And, 2 offseason acquisitions, both hitting in a big way for New England.
It does feel like it's almost the team as a whole that just feels like it's, the driving point. And you hear the phrase the Patriot way, and immediately you think of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, and it's hard not to associate, them with that. But to me, it almost feels like a resurgence of that, where it's like team first, and a lot of that is like the mentality of Mike Vrabel. But again, I'm not there in person, so I don't know the mentality of this team. Do you think the Patriot way is back?
Yeah, it's interesting that you frame it that way because Vrabel has made a point to not sort of connect to those old messages. He never says do your job. He never says the Patriot way. He never says any of that stuff that used to be plastered on the walls when Bill Belichick was here. He's made a real emphasis to kind of create his own thing, his own culture. With that said, there's pieces of that culture spread around everything that they do. It's definitely a team first mentality, but the big difference for Vrabel is humanity really matters. And not to sound like, really big picture, sort of like earthy crunchy podcast on you, but he's always talking about valuing the guy and, they have a family, and if they need personal time to do X, Y, and Z, he's going to give that to them. But when they're there, they're working. And he coaches each guy differently. Like when Christian Barmore goes down with an injury in the game, that ends up not even being that serious of an injury, comes back on the field, I think, the next defensive series or the series after that. But when he's down on the field, he's over there like holding his hand and making sure he's okay. Like, you see big bad Mike Vrabel, you don't think of a guy that's like that, but he knows that every guy needs to be coached in their own special way because everyone is different. So it's been cool to see that because, again, you think of Mike Vrabel, the former linebacker, the former Bill Belichick guy, and you just don't think of him being this type of coach, but he really is a player's coach. And I think that's been surprising to see in person, but he's like the perfect mix of like that hard-nosed guy while also being a player's coach. And I know it's early, so we're sort of in the honeymoon phase, but how can you not love what he's done so far with them at 9-2, given where this team was the last 2 years, winning 8 combined games in the last 2 years?
No, it's true. I mean, he's done a great job, right in the mix to win Coach of the Year. Tom, I'm curious, like in Boston right now, who's the team that you think Patriot fans that you feel like is the biggest threat in the AFC. Because if the playoffs started today, the Ravens and Chiefs would both be out. I think people are expecting them when the playoffs roll around. Both those teams are in. Certainly Buffalo, who's in your division, at the top there. Denver's having a great year. Indy. It just feels like the AFC playoffs could go so many different ways this year. Who's the team that you think poses the biggest threat to New England?
So I'll give you sort of two answers here. Depending on how seeding goes, I know that Patriot fans do not want to play a playoff game in Denver. So if they can avoid playing in Denver, that would be their preference, because Tom Brady and Bill Belichick had a really hard time winning in Denver. It's always been kind of a house of horrors for the Patriots as an organization. Even back to the Elway days, this organization has struggled playing at Mile High. So if they can avoid playing in Denver, that's going to be key. I don't necessarily feel like this team would lose to Denver on a neutral site game or in Foxborough. I think these teams are pretty even, and I think ultimately the better quarterback would take them over the top. But in Denver, that's just always been a tough place for them to play. Outside of that, the Chiefs are always terrifying. So if the Chiefs are in the postseason, look, how do you bet against the Chiefs? I usually just make a blanket futures bet on the Chiefs as soon as the Super Bowl odds open. The Super Bowl ends, the futures will open for the next year. I always immediately put money on the Chiefs for the next year. And that's worked out for me pretty nicely in the last few seasons. And going into the Super Bowl this past year, I was like, wow, this is really going to work out for me again. And then obviously it didn't. But yeah, so those are the two teams I would say Patriot fans are terrified of. I mean, they beat the Bills earlier this year, but the Bills have owned the Pats the last 5 years. So you can never count out Josh Allen. I mean, look what the guy did on Sunday. So, look, it's not like Patriot fans are sitting here cocky thinking they're going to cakewalk all the way to the Super Bowl. I think that Patriot fans with a brain recognize that the schedule has been easy. But it's okay to say, hey, the schedule's been easy, but also we have a great quarterback and a great coach. So, are they 9 wins good? Maybe not, but they're definitely an 11, 10 win type caliber team that's just playing a weak schedule right now. So they might end up with more wins than what they actually are, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's all relative. And you look at the NFL this year, and it just feels like there's not that many dominant teams. So, maybe they do have a chance this year. And I did want to ask you this because you see this across other sports where I think it's already difficult to go from, a bad team to one of the best teams, but it's even harder to go from a bad team to winning it all in the span of 1 year. It almost feels like you almost need 1 year to go to the postseason and lose in the first round or the second round or whatever. And then next year you come back and you have a better chance. We have a minute left here, so not a ton of time. But do you think it's in the realm of possibility for the Patriots to win a Super Bowl this year?
I don't see why not. Like you said, the field is completely open right now. I don't feel like there's a truly dominant team in either conference. So if you get in, I think you got a chance. So, yeah, I do think the Patriots could win a Super Bowl here. Am I putting money on it? No, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they come away with a 7th ring come February, when Super Bowl 60 happens.
And you guys have waited so long to claim the championship. I really feel for you. You've been wandering in the desert for so long. I know. The Patriots fans really deserve it. He is Tom Carroll. He covers the Patriots for WEEI. We know it's a busy time of year, so thank you for your time, and thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, Tom.
I hope I didn't sound too bitter there. But, if they won the Super Bowl this year, you're like, come on, man. Give somebody else a chance. But it does feel like if there is ever a time for a changing of the guard, because it has been the Chiefs, it's been the Bills. The AFC Championship has basically been the Chiefs Invitational. If there's ever a year where it feels like maybe the torch will be passed, maybe it's this year. The Chiefs might not even make the postseason.
I know, certainly could be. Again, that's why I think the NFL playoffs in general, but especially the AFC side, is just so interesting. All the teams that won their divisions last year in the AFC. None of them are currently winning them. Houston in the South, Baltimore in the North, Chiefs in the West, and then the Bills in the AFC East. So there's a ton of parity. There's a ton of teams that could be hosting playoff games that we haven't seen host playoff games here in recent years. And I mean, we could see the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Bills all on the road potentially in the first round of the playoffs, or even the Ravens hosting like the Bills or the Chiefs in the first round. So it could be nuts, Chelsea, for sure. And I mean, like Tom said, it just feels like one of those years you get in and you got a chance.
Yeah, if the Patriots win the Super Bowl this year, the Titans owner should be forced to sell. That's what my take is there. All right, coming up next, we've saved our best for last best bets. Come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Final segment here on the Daily Tip on a Tuesday. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser, in for Jenks. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite plays of the day. And spoiler alert, we're going to be talking college hoops. I feel like a baby deer who's like wobbling on new legs for the first time when betting on college basketball, where I have to like double check things. And we just don't have that much ammo for our arguments just because the numbers, when you're 3 games into the season, it's really tough to like look at KenPom and be like, this is the 32 ranked team in the nation when it comes to 2-point percentage, because you've only played 3 games and a lot of it is like strength of schedule. But I will say at least both of these teams in the Michigan State and Kentucky team have at least played like somebody. Like Kentucky's already played Louisville, lost to them 96-88. That was a big time matchup. Michigan State at least played Arkansas as a team with, a little firepower. So at least we have seen them play against decent competition, but it does feel like tonight is like the biggest true test for some of these teams, at least the biggest test that we've seen thus far.
No, I agree. And don't be one of those people that only watch college basketball in March, March college basketball is the best, but like you get some terrific games early in the season too, and you're going to get two good games tonight. I am excited for this Michigan State-Kentucky game. I think it's going to be good. Even without Darren Peterson, I think the Kansas and Duke game should be great as well. It's awesome they're playing at MSG, so that's always the NBA arena that has the best college feel is Madison Square Garden. So I'm excited to watch the games tonight. Should be really good. And, I love these games early in the season, Chelsea, because this really is the closest thing that we get to March basketball, whether it be the conference tournaments or March Madness, when you get these neutral site games between these really good teams and you get multiple fan bases in the arena and all this kind of thing. So it should be a fun night of hoops. Excited to watch it.
It's wild to me, the stark contrast between watching NBA games and watching college. Where you're like, oh my God, like these guys are playing for their lives out there. Do you see them? They're playing defense on every single possession. They're full court pressing. Are you kidding me? Then you watch the NBA game and it's like some rap song that's playing and they're just dribbling it down the court. Luka Doncic takes like 17 seconds to get down the court. Looks like he's had a full like tour of Italy before he played this game. I know he's slimmed down now, but still he is not a fast-paced guy. So it's one of those things where it just feels like college basketball has so much energy.
It does. I agree. I mean, the NBA, like you said, 24-second shot clock, it's just constant pick and roll. Guy comes off a screen, kicks it out, 3-pointer, right? College basketball, some of these coaches, like Dan Hurley, is living and dying with every possession. he is just screaming his head off constantly. So it's awesome, especially in these kind of games, because like NBA, this time of year, like the intensity really isn't there, but college basketball, like these games tonight, you're gonna see it. So I'm excited, and I like both games, honestly, from a betting standpoint, Chelsea. I think we're getting some good numbers on some of these underdogs tonight.
Do you ever think that the players' popularity is going to pass up the head coach popularity in college basketball? Like, as you see some of these, like, big-name head coaches, exit stage left because we saw Coach K leave, we saw Roy Williams leave, and eventually it's going to be that time for, Tom Izzo. He's getting older. Do you think it's always going to be, like, the figurehead is the head coach, though? Because I feel like that's such a staple in college basketball, is that when you think of, the biggest names in college basketball, you always think of coaches.
Yeah. You do. I think it definitely depends on the program, and it also depends on the player, right? So if you get a freshman of like Zion's caliber or Cooper Flagg's caliber or somebody like that, I would say at their specific program, then definitely they're kind of the headliner. They're the person that you think of. And then for a certain program, like, you think Michigan State, you're thinking Tom Izzo. You think Kansas, you're thinking Bill Self. Like you think about certain programs, you're thinking of those head coaches. So I think it depends. I think, because nowadays some of these Hall of Famers are starting to get up there in age that it's closer to the end for a lot of them than in the middle or the beginning. That I think maybe we see more and more players, but especially with transfer portal too, you could be great with the program for 1 year and then another school offers you $4 million, and then you can be out the door. So I think it's still going to be, for the most part, coaches are kind of the faces of the sport and are the people that you think of when you think of programs. But definitely you make the exception for certain players.
Yeah, I think also it's just because they're not there for very long. You know, it's hard to have somebody as the face of a franchise when it's like, okay, we knew him for a year. He was great. Yeah, but that was 1 year. Meanwhile, some of these coaches have been there for 30 years. So I don't know if that's something that's sustainable either. But again, like if you're somebody making the graphics and you're like, hey, we're going to paint a mural of somebody, you know, across campus. Are you going to pick somebody who's going to be there for 1 year and then they go to another school? You have to paint a new mural.
Exactly. I know. It's crazy to think what if Cooper Flagg played like 4 years of college basketball, like how good he would be, you know, or some of these people. So, yeah, the product's still really, really good, though, and we have some terrific freshmen this year in college basketball, and people will get a chance to see some of them tonight. So, should be a lot of fun.
The diaper dandies. All right.
Indeed.
So, without further ado, let's get to our favorite bets of the night.
Time to place your bets.
All right, PJ, why don't you get us kicked off here with your favorite college hoop play of the slate?
Let's go with Michigan State, plus 5.5 against Kentucky tonight. I really like the Spartans. I think they're live in this game. I take a look at the money line as well. I have a fear that it's the same old Kentucky this season, Chelsea. And what I mean by that is I don't think their defense is going to be championship caliber. That's what got so many people excited about this Kentucky team. You know, there are certain coaches in college basketball, like Mark Pope with Kentucky, Nate Oates with Alabama, Mark Few with Gonzaga. Like, you know, these teams every year are going to be elite offensively. It's just a question of how good are their teams going to be on the defensive side of the floor. And that's how you win big games like this. And that's how you ultimately go to the Final Four and win national championships. And what I saw out of Louisville, I did not like. If I was a Kentucky fan, I thought their defense would be much better. Now they are missing one of their best defenders, maybe their best defender, one of the best rim protectors in college basketball, in Jaden Quintons, who transferred over from Arizona State. Not expected to play in the game tonight. And I think because of that, again, going up against the Tom Izzo team in Michigan State, who prides himself on being physical, being the tougher team, rebounding the basketball, getting all those 50-50 balls, diving on the loose floor, all that kind of stuff, is just not the best matchup for Kentucky. So I think it's going to be fun to see Kentucky against this kind of team, to see if they're almost kind of tough enough that they can kind of win this type of game in the mud. But something we talked about earlier, when you get this kind of game with contrasting styles, and one team that wants to play a game in the 90s and another that wants to play the game in the 70s, and the total is a 153.5, so it's kind of in the middle, but more so feels like a Michigan State type game to me. I think Sparty's the right side in the game, so I like them plus the points, 5.5, and again, think plus 180 on the money line, worth a look as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a squad play. So best bet for me also is going to be the Spartans getting the 5.5 against Kentucky. And we talked about how much we think coaching matters at the bookends of the season, where it's the very start and the very end when you think of March Madness. So early in the season, it's tough to get your rotation set. It's tough to draw up game plans for some of these players who are new. But if anybody can do it, it's Tom Izzo, especially when you're talking about a big primetime matchup in Madison Square Garden, especially against a Kentucky team that, like you said, has struggled defensively speaking. Like, anytime you give up 96 points to somebody, I know Louisville is good, but still, it is not great when your defense is giving up that many points. And plus, I think Michigan State can be even better offensively speaking. They've been really great down low so far with Jackson Kohler, but their three-point shooting has been abysmal. Like, one of the worst three-point shooting teams we've seen in a 3-game sample size, shooting 21% from the three-point line. But I do think we do see some regression because, again, we are only 3 games into the season. So if they can hit some threes, that'll make their inside game even more effective. And I do think they have the physicality down low to hang with the athleticism of Kentucky. And plus, we've already seen a game of a similar kind of opponent for Michigan State. Arkansas obviously is not quite as athletic as Kentucky, but they do like running the 4. And they slowed that game down and won it 69-66. So that's what I'm expecting tonight. Let's go Michigan State. Getting the 5.5 against Kentucky. All right, one more big game on the card tonight. And PJ, I think you're betting on it.
I am. I like Kansas plus 11.5. I just think this line is too much, too out of control. Darren Peterson for Kansas, probably not going to play. I think he's the best player in college basketball. I think he's the best freshman. I think if I was an NBA GM, he'd be my number one pick if I was a team. So he's the real deal. He's awesome, and he's not going to play in this game. And because of that, I think the line and the perception is that Kansas is now just a terrible team. What's telling to me, and the reason I'm betting Kansas in the game, Chelsea, is this game, Duke played Texas to open up the year in Charlotte on a neutral floor, and Duke was favored 11.5 in that game. And now Duke against Kansas without Darren Peterson, they're saying is the same as Texas. I just don't agree with that. Bill Self is a terrific coach, and I like to back these kind of teams that play without their star player. They tend to play better than you think. Other guys step up, and Duke, obviously a big matchup like this, they're going to be up for it at MSG, but maybe a little bit of a letdown because you're not going up against Darren Peterson. So I think Kansas is going to be up to the challenge. I think that's too many points, so I do like the Jayhawks tonight, plus the 11.5.
Yeah, when I initially saw both of these lines, I thought these lines were going to be a lot shorter, especially this early in the season, where I feel like not chaos reigns supreme, but it just feels like there is less deciding between these two teams just because everybody's kind of figuring things out. So we'll see for Duke. I'm excited to watch them play. I at least do want to see the Boozer twins in action. I have heard that at least Cameron is very skilled and technically sound. So even if you don't bet on these games, I think people should watch because, what else are you doing on a Tuesday? You're doing nothing.
Exactly. Got the college football playoff rankings too in between, which should be interesting and should be fun. But yeah, I'm excited for these two games tonight. Rolling with both underdogs. I don't think Kansas is going to pull the upset, but I think Michigan State has a good chance of beating Kentucky tonight.
Yeah, I think so as well. So I am excited to dial into some college hoops, and I am glad that ESPN is finally back on YouTube TV, so I don't have to watch it on some janky stream that has 1,000 pop-up ads. So I am excited for that. Are you jazzed about these college football rankings? I'm not a huge fan of watching lists, but I am excited to see who's in it.
Yeah, me too. Obviously, as a Bama fan, as a Bama grad, want to see where we drop to. That's the biggest thing I'm looking for, but excited to see the rankings tonight, yeah.
Yeah, of course, we're going to talk about it tomorrow. That's all the time we have for today. For me, for PJ Glasser, have yourself a great Tuesday. We'll see you same time, same place, 6 a.m. in the East on the Daily Tip.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
All right, welcome in. We've got a lot going on the show today. You know what we typically do on Tuesdays? We're going to take a look at the futures market. A whole lot, NFL and college football. And it's interesting. You get to this stage in the season, you go into it wondering, is there really going to be a lot there? Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot because there's quite the debate. Which teams are going to win these divisions, playoffs, Super Bowl? We don't even know the hell is really that good in this league. So we'll talk about all of that coming up over the next few hours. Will Brinson will be dropping by as well. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, Sam on X at SP Shoot. I'm there at Joe Ostrowski. We start with Monday Night Football. You didn't have to watch the whole damn thing. Tell you that much. It was 24-6 in the first half. And, you know, maybe it's kind of, you don't want to sound crass, right? You don't want to sound insensitive, but something that we failed to address yesterday on the show, because frankly, I don't know how you really talk about it, right? We approach these things from a sports betting perspective, and just obviously, you know, it's front and center with the players, with everybody involved in the Dallas Cowboys organization. it's uncomfortable to talk about Marshawn Nealon and how that team would respond, because you could take one way or you could take the opposite. When you have the result, it's easy to say, see, they were playing for their teammate, no longer there. They were playing inspired football. But, they're humans. It could also go the opposite way. So it was something that was very tough. I don't know that it had anything to do with the result of the game, but you see the start of that one, Sam, and you see them with the shirts and how they were playing. I don't know how much is the opponent. Tough to quantify, but it was all Cowboys. It was Cowboys easy last night.
My favorite part of the game, it's 24-6, end of the second quarter. We're nearing halftime. We're getting closer and closer to going to the break. And you can tell the Raiders have very little interest in rolling the dice and going for a touchdown. It's like there's less than a minute to go, and they're running checkdowns, and they're just doing the most conservative stuff with the final minute of the second quarter dwindling down. It's 24-6. You don't get a touchdown, this game's probably over. And what do you know? They decided, let's go for 3, bring in the field goal kicker. To me, that was the white flag at that very moment. When they're not aggressively going for the touchdown at the end of the half, and you're settling for a field goal to make a 24-6 game, a 24-9 game, you could have just turned it off right there. There was no need to even watch the second half, unless you had a prop bet or you bet on the total, which should have gone over but went under because CeeDee Lamb and Dak couldn't connect on a wide-open touchdown in the final couple minutes. Like, you could have literally turned the game off at the end of the first half because the Raiders are cowards. Going for the field goal, playing it safe, not taking any chances, and kicking that field goal to make 24-6, 24-9. That's the white flag right there.
They were doing it all game. And even in the second half, when the game is probably over and they're at their own one, everybody on the building knows we're running it up the middle with Genty. And they tried it multiple times until the Cowboys eventually got a safety. Chip Kelly is washed. 2007, 2008 at Oregon was a long, long time ago. We're talking about nearly a couple of decades. And this is who's going to turn it around. Pete Carroll at this stage in his life. Chip Kelly. Don't worry, the hair's fine, Sam. It's good. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. None of it matters.
Slept in today. I can't get the hair to go a certain way.
I see that. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, man, conservative. It was a pathetic effort. What do? They draft Genty, 6 carries, 7 yards. Like, it's nice to have a really good running back, but you know what? He's irrelevant when you're losing by this much. That didn't look like one of the worst defenses in the NFL. 236 yards for the Raiders. 236. Bad, man. The room looked good on Pickens. They were all over it, but Lamb looked good. Everybody on the Cowboys offense looked good last night. Ferguson got into the end zone as well.
And now Jerry's excited because Jerry can see the path. If everything breaks their way, look, they're not that bad of a team. Just let them get hot. And then you look at their schedule and you're like, oh.
Nope.
We look at their schedule, I should say, not Jerry. Jerry thinks they're going to win every game probably because Jerry's a senile, confident, cocky, arrogant man that can do no wrong. This team is just mid. To beat up on a team that's a lot more mid. I mean, that game stunk. And, I saw a tweet from our friend Rob Pizzola on Sunday, and he was basically kind of saying, all we do is complain about how bad the league is, yet we watch every game and we bet on every game, and he's right. The league has a stranglehold on the American sports bettor. I mean, we got 5 people on this show. Odds are good. All 5 of us had a bet on that game, and odds are good. At some point last night, we flicked that on, knowing that it's a bad team against a horrendous team, and we still followed it. Whether we watched Joe and Troy or we watched the Manning cast, we were just enthralled because we love football. We love betting on football, and we love losing money on football. It's the American dream.
You think the league's bad? I mean, I think there are some people that say that, but I don't think that's the common theme with most football fans, most sports fans in general, because it's the sport that they watch more than any other.
I think half the teams in the league stink. That's what I think.
They do. And half are pretty good. And the league is good with that. There's no dominant team. That's kind of where we're at. And that was like our theme yesterday. No team. Everybody has weaknesses. You know, you were making fun of Jerry, and I agree with that idea that they probably think they're in it. Like today in the Big D, if you turn on radio, TV, they're talking about, hey, we're not dead. We got a chance here. We're 4-5. 4-5-1, I should say. They don't have a chance because of the upcoming schedule. And you're right. And if you look at the odds to make the playoffs to miss, I think the miss is like minus 1,600. The betting market knows that the Cowboys are not making the playoffs. At most games, their defense is going to give up a ton. But something he's sticking his chest out for, Quinnen Williams. Beast. A beast last night. Yes, it's a terrible Raiders offensive line. He had a sack and a half, a career-high 5 quarterback hits, 7 pressures. Pass rush win rate over 21% last night for Quinnen Williams out of the interior. He was dominating out of the interior in the pass rush, something that only the special players do on a regular basis. And you saw it out of Quinnen Williams. And maybe just getting out of that New York Jets awful situation, losing situation, could spark him for a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to lead the Cowboys on any sort of a run because we went over it. Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, that ain't happening. But maybe he's going to help that defense. Maybe they won't be, bottom 3, hanging around the Cincinnati Bengals.
Before the game, Cowboys 9-1 at BetMGM to make the playoffs. Plus 825 now. So, all right, you get a win. Congrats. We'll shave at 75 cents, and good luck to you. That's honestly one of the tougher turnarounds in the league this year, to go from a Monday night game to face the Eagles on a short week, and then 4 days later you take on the Chiefs. Now, the only silver lining is that they don't have to leave home. They'll be in their beds for the next 2 weeks because they play at home against Philly and then at home on Thanksgiving against the Chiefs. But then after you play the Chiefs, you go to Detroit, which, that stretch is very possible that Dallas is either 0-3 or 1-2. I do not think they're going to take 2 of 3 against Philly, Kansas City, Detroit. And that Cowboy defense, while it is better up front with Quinnen Williams, their secondary is atrocious. The issue last night, and I'm watching the game, there's a million things going on last night. Geno just can't hit an open target. So I come away from that game more disappointed and more disgusted by the Raiders offense than I was impressed with that Cowboys defense. But Quinnen Williams, I remember watching him for the first time at Alabama. I was watching a game with my dad years and years ago, and I believe he wore number 72 in college. I'm going to look this up during the break. I think it was 72, 71 or 72. And I remember watching the game going, who the hell is 72? He's moving like 3 guys on every play. You're like, that guy's a monster. And he had braces at the time when he was at Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
Like this big goon just pushing the line at every play. And I'm like, that guy's a pro. So it's nice to be able to watch a game years ago and see, that guy is going to be making a lot of money in the NFL one day. And it all came to fruition. Just a monster of a human and a strong dude that can just ruin a play at any given notice.
Do you remember what the Room's number 1 play was last night?
Brock Bowers yards, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the number?
65 and a half, 66 and a half?
72 and a half.
Oh, he didn't get there. No way.
Well, he got 72.
Did he get a catch late? I remember he was at like 64 in the final minute or so, final 2 minutes. So he got a catch late. Still didn't get over the total though, huh?
Missed it by the hook.
Oh,
damn.
The damn hook.
A damn hook. I didn't get my Bowers touchdown, but they didn't get the 72 and a half. They got 72. Woo. All right. So what else did we have last night? We had Lockett. Did he do anything in that game? 3 catches. So they lay the juice with the 2.5. 3.5 was out there, but for the purposes of our conversation, we were saying they were taking the minus 175 over 2.5. That one was a winner. Ferguson, they did under 4.5 grabs. He had that touchdown. He had 4. Good job, Room. Pickens dominated. Monster performance. That looked good. And the number 2 bet, I can't even, who was it? Under 1.5 catches. Who was that? I can't even read my own writing. Don't remember who that was. Was that? No, I don't remember. I don't know. Turpin. Oh, that's why. It's like, that was a loser. Wait, no, that was a winner. They went 4-1 last night. Damn.
And the favorite hit -3.5 or 3.
Almost
and if
5-0.
you followed the line movement throughout the day, the total on this show was 50. That was the low point of the total. Yes. And I was like, I kind of leaned to the over. The total in Vegas closed at 47 at the South Point. BetMGM closed at 48. So there was a lot of game day steam to the under that built and built and built until kickoff. So if you bet the over during our show, you lost by a point because CD dropped that touchdown. I mean, that was a touchdown. Paul even texted us. He's like, well, there goes my CD 2 touchdown bet. I think he bet a CD first touchdown and then CD 2 touchdowns. So he kind of sandwiched those together. Dak just a little long with the throw and CD couldn't corral it. If he catches that ball, he walks in and the game goes over the total and hits all the numbers, but it lands on 49. So if you bet it at the wrong time, bad beat, question mark. If you bet it at the right time, really good number, 47, 47.5, 48. You bet over those numbers, you won the bet.
That's, man, they were on it. They were on it as far as that goes. The totals are tough lately, it seems like. Of course, you're going to get a few games that are just way off where there's no scoring or it's a complete shootout. But totals, once you're in week 11, week 12, they're usually pretty solid. Elsewhere, National Football League, Ja'Marr Chase officially suspended 1 game. That was new. That came out last night before Monday Night Football. We've all seen the video. Chase can deny it all he wants. And this was predictably the outcome that we were going to get because of what happened with Jalen Carter. I thought that was BS. The guy was going to start the game, and then they're saying, well, that was a 1-game suspension because he was thrown out. No. The league never came in, but that's what they did. They didn't want Carter missing multiple games. He only missed 1. And so you knew that the league was going to come down and say it's going to be a 1-game deal. They can appeal. They can fight it all they want. But we have the visual evidence. New England at Cincinnati this upcoming week. That number is, let's call it 8 at all the respected books. Some 7.5, some 8.5. But it's that New England defense without Ja'Marr Chase on offense going up against a red-hot Patriots squad.
Stop spitting on other men. It's weird. It doesn't need to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe Ja'Marr Chase just wanted a week off. Maybe he's like, it's better than faking an injury. I'll just spit on some grown man and then lie about it. Well, I didn't spit on him. And then they find the video and clearly spit on him. It's just, what are we doing?
Everything's 4K.
Frustration.
They see everything. What are you
frustration doing? Of a long, bad season. I mean, this guy's had to deal with Jake Browning and Joe Flacco. Maybe I'd spit on somebody too. Who knows? But the excuse that he didn't do it, and if he was going to do it, he would have spit on his face. Like, you got caught. You got caught. Everybody's got cameras these days. Everybody's got cameras in their pockets on their phones. So that didn't really take long to figure out what happened, and that's the new rule in the NFL. There's the precedent. You spit on somebody, you're going to miss a game. So know your role.
I think it should be worse. Is there any acceptable situation to spit on another man?
No.
I kind of think there is. What do you say? There are some things you could say that it might be earned, possibly. And Ramsey might be that guy. I don't know. I'm not taking Chase's side, certainly. All right, Heisman watch next. Joe O, Sammy P on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Tuesday, which means it's time for our weekly Heisman Watch. Who's rising? Who's falling? And is there a play to be made? It's Heisman Watch on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
You know, last week it looked like it was a list of 3, and that has become a list of 2, at least the way we view it here on Bet Sweats. Welcome back. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM network. Of course, it's Mendoza saying at the very top, but there is no Simpson anywhere near the top of the odds board. Completely removed. He was a third favorite a week ago. And then after this past Saturday's performance, he's basically off the board as far as the odds board. It is Mendoza 1. He's even money at some spots. This morning was weird. I was like, Twitter was down. There were some sports books that were down. It was hard to find some of these numbers, but I see Mendoza at some spots at about even money. Julian Sayin sitting at 2-1, and then he dropped down to Reed. I don't know if he's really in this conversation when you look at some of the Heisman straw polls that are out there right now. Plus 575. There is that big gap, probably for good reason. If you look at the Athletic straw poll that was released an hour or two ago this morning, it is Mendoza by a wide margin. So they would agree with the idea of Mendoza being even money. 22 first place votes out of, I believe it's 25. Sayin is second, only 1 first place vote. And here we go. This is the conversation for this week with the Heisman Trophy. Does Jeremiah Love have a real shot? He got a couple of first place votes. He is jumping big time in everybody's latest Heisman rankings. I think there are a few interesting talking points, but in a down quarterback year where the voters seem pretty set on putting a quarterback in to win this award, there's Love just sitting there. He cracks the top 3 in the Athletic straw poll this morning, Sam.
147 yards on the ground and a touchdown, another long touchdown, which was almost a 60-yarder on the ground, and his price didn't really move, at least at BetMGM. He was in that 40-1 range. He's still 40-1. He's behind Haynes King, Gunnar Stockton, Pavia. The books want you to bet Love at this point. I mean, that's what they want. They're happy to write it at 40-1. If they thought he had a chance, he'd be 20 or 15 or 10. But the books are taking a stance. And you mentioned the straw poll, which we talk about every Tuesday. He got 2 first-place votes. He's not winning the Heisman. Now, should he or will he might be different conversations, because I look at a guy who's got 17 touchdowns, tied for, I think, second in the country right now, because Lacey at Ole Miss had 3 and Love had 1 over the weekend. They were tied coming in. And then Lacey had the huge game for Ole Miss, the 3 touchdowns on the ground. Love only, and I'm using air quotes around only had the 1 touchdown. But, you look at Lacey, 200-plus yards on the ground, 3 touchdowns. Love, 147 and 1 touchdown. So statistically, he's behind Lacey in terms of touchdowns. I think he's a better player, but he's also sharing the backfield with Jadarian Price. So it's a great story. I think he's the best player in college football. But after last year with no quarterback, it's going to be a quarterback. And you look at the straw poll, the top 5 guys, you got 4 quarterbacks and Jeremiah Love. And look, Mendoza is a tremendous story. To transfer in from Cal and bring Indiana to this point and potentially be undefeated heading into the Big Ten title game, it's an unbelievable story for the program and for Cignetti and for everybody involved. But do you watch him and think that's the best player in college football? Because I don't. Not at all.
No. Whoever wins is going to be very underwhelming, right? Compared to history with the numbers that they have. That's just what it is. It's a down year. I just don't think there's any way to put it. Okay. On this Love conversation, I took a stance earlier in the season, like, nope, Love has no shot. And I agree with that idea. The reason that we're sitting there in the 30-1 range is because Notre Dame has 2 games left and that's it. And these other guys that we're talking about, they're going to have an opportunity for a 3rd game, meaning a conference championship game. That kills Love's case. Kills it. Like, if we were talking about the possibility of them playing, I don't know, an ACC championship game, that might change the conversation a little bit because he would have one more data point to have a big game against an impressive team. But it's Syracuse and it's Stanford. Those are the 2 games. There's going to be a lot of people that say, well, it kind of really doesn't matter what numbers he puts up. I think that's a little harsh, but that's a fact. Like, Sayin has 3 games and the Big Ten championship game against Indiana. Mendoza has 2 games and it'll be 2 total, I believe, including the game against Ohio State. And if he takes down Ohio State, like, everybody's just going to say it's Mendoza's anyways, no matter what. So this could be the best price that you get on Mendoza. As far as Love, when you start to compare him to other running backs, so last year, of course, Genty does not win it. You're going to see a lot of this. Well, look at Love compared to Genty. Not close to Genty. That is true. But it's a different voting class. It's different players this year. It's a much weaker Heisman. There is no Travis Hunter like last year. If I go back to the last running back to win, let's go to 2015. Derrick Henry, 2,200 yards, 28 touchdowns. Demolishes what Love has done this year. Demolishes. No matter what he does in the last 2 games, he's not going to match Henry. However, Sam, if we go further back in time, other running backs that have won this award, 2009, Mark Ingram. His numbers are close. 17 touchdowns for Ingram that year. Love has 17 total touchdowns right now with 2 games to go. And the yardage is close. And if we go back to Reggie Bush, 2005, that great USC squad, the numbers are actually pretty close to Reggie Bush. So I think there is a case. The number is a little bit further than I would make it. I don't think he's going to win the award, but there is a case when we look at some other running backs that did win this. We just have to go back in time a little bit to 2009, 2005.
I don't want to put you on the spot, so I'm going to ask and then give another point about Reggie Bush. I'm curious how many touches Mark Ingram had and how many touches Derrick Henry had. If you have those handy, great. If not, I can look them up myself. But with Reggie Bush, he was returning punts. He was scoring, a lot of high leverage situation touchdowns, all these big returns at big moments and big touchdowns to keep that team on its way. And I don't think Love has those massive moments like Reggie Bush did. But
Nope.
in terms of carries, like I'm looking at Lacy and Love right now. Lacy's got, more than 50 more carries, and he's got one more rushing yard. So it's like, I think per touch, Love has been as impressive as any player in the country. They're not force-feeding him the ball. Lacy, 231 carries. Love, 177. So, Love is 6.4 yards per pop. Lacy, 4.9. Lacy's been awesome, but if Love had the workload that these other backs had, his numbers would be there. That's not his fault. Do you have the touches on Ingram or
I do.
On Henry? Go ahead.
I have them for both. Okay,
Henry probably touched it like 300 times.
Let's first go Ingram. Total touches. He's 300.
Yeah.
He's 302. Okay. Quick math. 302. What's your guess on Henry?
320.
You're off by over 100. 406.
Right. So if you want to play the stat game, if Jeremiah Love had 300 touches, let alone 400, think about what he would do. So that's why I don't think it's a fair comparison. They underuse him because they don't need to use him because they have a passing game now. They have a legit passing game with a first-round pick at quarterback, assuming everything progresses the right way. Their offense is pretty balanced. I mean, those Alabama offenses were simple. Take the ball, turn, and hand it off. Mm-hmm. This offense at Notre Dame is more versatile. But at the same time, Ingram and Henry are doing it in the SEC, tougher schedule, tougher teams to face. I think what Love is doing, given the touch rate, is insane.
You're right. So the question is, over the next 3 weeks, is there any point when these voters get together and they do the group thing that they always do, and they say, you know what? These quarterbacks are not that good. This is not the caliber of a Heisman winning quarterback. I don't want to vote him in. And then numbers that we're bringing up, comparing them to other running backs and how much more efficient Love is, and it's freaking Notre Dame. Maybe they just go that route and say, you know what, let's get a quarterback next year when a quarterback actually deserves this award. Maybe Mendoza doesn't deserve it. I don't think that happens. I think it's possible, but it's going to be a tough sell when it's 1-2 favorite. The two favorites are facing each other in the Big Ten championship game, and somebody's going to win it.
Yeah. We've sort of shortened the gap, obviously. A month ago, maybe there's 6 or 7 guys. It's going to be the winner of the Big Ten title game.
Yeah.
It just will be. That's what it's going to be. Both teams are going to be 12-0 heading into that game, and whoever comes out on top, assuming that quarterback has a pretty nice game, is going to be the winner. Unless it's a 10-7 rock fight or a 13-10 rock fight, and one team picks off the other quarterback and runs it back for the game-winning score. Barring that, the winning quarterback of the Big Ten title game is going to be the Heisman Trophy winner. I wish the committee would do what we were just talking about and have this group think and compare Love's touches to Ingram's touches, but it's not going to happen. But nobody cares that much. We're just trying to make a case for Love. And I think we've made a pretty decent case, but we're stretching. We are. Because it's not really about the touches. It's about the touchdowns and the yards, and he's just not there. Again, it's not his fault. I think Notre Dame is trying to honestly preserve Love for the playoff. That's what I think is going on. I think they're trying to not run him into the ground because they know if they want to make another run to a championship game, they need him healthy and fresh. And considering how much these other running backs, I mean, you look at the attempts right now, Hankerson at Oregon State has 231 touches. Lacy at Ole Miss, 231. Cam Cook, 227. Cale Helmus, 209. Emmett Johnson, 203. So in terms of total carries, Jeremiah Love is 15th in the country. 15th. If he was 5th, think about what his numbers would be then. We'd be having a real conversation about Jeremiah Love. At the end of the day, though, the question is simple. Are you betting it at 40-1? My answer is no, I'm not.
Boy. If they thought like we did, I would bet it. But I don't trust them. I think the Heisman voter list is an absolute joke, and they need to clean it up. There are way too many voters that don't even watch or cover college football that are deciding this. It will be the better quarterback in the Big Ten championship game. I think we're on it. But Love will get invited. He will go to New York, and Love will get some love. But he's not going to win it. Boy, that number is tempting. They're begging us to bet it because the books know. The books know exactly what we know. RG3 said Reed had his Heisman moment over the weekend. What do you think about that?
No, I disagree. And so does the straw poll. So
Yes.
they do it by first, second, and third place votes. And, it's this simple. And you said that this poll has helped you get to a winner in years past. So everybody who votes, and there are 23 voters, gets a first, a second, and a third place vote. Marcel Reed has no first place votes and no second place votes. He's got 6 third place votes. For context, Fernando Mendoza has 22 first place votes. Love has 2. Sayin has 1. Haynes King has 1. Those are your first place votes. 22 for Mendoza, 2 for Love, and then 1 apiece for Sayin and King. The voters are speaking, and they're speaking loud.
And where is he, 6th or 7th now in their list?
Who's
not
that?
top 5? Reed. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's behind a linebacker at Texas Tech, David Bailey.
They keep doing this, by the way. They want to give Texas Tech, their defense, some love, so they're voting on different Texas Tech linebackers, right? The Rodriguez too. He got a little bit of love. He got a second and a third place vote. So yeah, it's just not happening. Man, it's 2-player race. It's too bad that it's just unfair to Love that he's just not going to have the extra game. But he knew that when he decided to go to Notre Dame. They're not in a conference. See, something like this is the one thing that might motivate Notre Dame a little bit. Probably not enough. They love their independence too much. So yeah, there you have it. We don't think there's a bet there. It's going to be one of the Big Ten quarterbacks, whoever performs better in the Big Ten championship game. But we also understand if you want to put a little bit something on Love at that number, because he's going to New York. Joe O, Sammy P, we'll talk some NFL team futures on the other side. Keep it here. Bet Sweats with you on a Tuesday morning.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Allen is going to keep it. Josh Allen inside the 5. They're going to push him in. Pay dirt. Touchdown, Bills.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Allen for MVP live once again, maybe. Not the favorite or the second favorite, though. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM network. So, Sam, it is 41 degrees and raining outside. The real feel is 30 degrees. So what you warned the people about weeks ago might be coming true right now, that if you don't get the leaves, they're going to get wet and then they're going to freeze to the grass. I have not done it yet, so I'm in danger of that happening. It does look like it's going to warm up back into the 50s this weekend, and there's my opportunity to do it. But leaves still out there. There's still one tree in front that has a few leaves on, so that's my excuse. I got to wait for those few leaves to fall off that one tree.
So I've done a lot more homework on this than I'd like to admit. Rather than just go outside and start raking leaves, I'm studying. I'm studying my options. And last night I found on Home Depot, they have a very nice cordless compact workshop blower. I am not a bougie guy. I don't have things that I don't need. That said, this leaf blower is $165 off the sale price. So right now, limit 5 per order because, I'm going to order 5 leaf blowers, right? I can get a $264 leaf blower for $99 on the Home Depot website, and they can have it here by Thursday. I was doing some of the math, and I'm walking around the yard, and I'm thinking, well, if I did all this by hand, got a couple rakes in the shed, I could probably have this done in about 4 hours. It's my over-under, 4 hours. If I get this thing, it's an hour. It is.
I know.
Because if some of the websites allow you to watch the video, you could see video reenactment, and I'm like, damn. So I think I have to make this purchase today. And look, I know myself, and my timeline's different because I'm flying back to Chicago Sunday morning, and I'll be gone for a week. I'm not going to do it when I get back from Chicago on Saturday night when it could be 30 degrees at the end of November. My last chance to do it is Saturday. And if I can get this blower here by Thursday and save $164, that's the move. Because then I could just get everything in order and then just blow the leaves right into the garbage.
And with the sale, what's the total price then?
So it goes from $263 to $99.
Yeah. And then Gertch put it in my head, you jerk, that one of us should get the one with the backpack. And now I found one. I'm looking at one of those on sale, and it's $100 off. So you get it for $249. I kind of want to get that.
You're going to spend $250 on a leaf blower that you're going to use once a year?
Yes. Because I don't want to. What's the worst part of this? Both of us keep putting this project off. What's the worst part? The worst part is picking up the damn leaves, right? Mm-hmm. The raking sucks, whatever. I used to have one of those blowers. I don't, maybe I still do have it somewhere in the garage, but I think I tossed it a couple of years ago. Because you know why? Because it was a pain in the ass. It had a cord. And I'd have to drag that cord everywhere, in front of the house, back of the house. I was an idiot when I bought it because that was cheaper. So I got the one with the cord, which was a big mistake. So I think one day I got pissed and I threw that one out. But I'm thinking about the backpack one.
So you look like a Ghostbuster in your backyard?
It would be kind of cool.
The good thing about the leaf blower, if you have a dog, I mean, it's a toy for the dog, too. Imagine just blasting Tucker with that.
I do it all the time. I do it with what do you call those, air blowers, like to clean off grass, like clippings and all that. Do it all the time. I do it to the kids. Go right up to their head.
Oh, perfect. I love that. So this one does not have a cord, nor does it have a book bag or backpack or whatever you want to call it. But it does come with 2 chargeable batteries. Yeah, if I get this here by Thursday, charge those batteries up, I will get that done outside in an hour. because you just lay the garbage can. I have a huge drum for a garbage can. You throw the bag in there, lay it on its side, you get the leaves in order, and then you just blow them right in the can. Like, I already know what I'm doing. This is the move.
It's done. It's a done deal. Dude,
the only other
option
is the Paul Aspen plan. Just let the leaves freeze and deal with it in April.
But you still got to deal with it.
I know.
It's
they might decompose. You don't know. You don't know.
No, I don't think so.
It is very windy over here, so I do see them flying around. The front, I'm not worried about. Like I'm not concerned about that at all. It's the back where there's actually a fence because it's kind of stuck. I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, they get stuck against fences, rocks, side of the house.
Mm-hmm.
That's where because I have them in 3 areas. We have a cross section by the side door, a shed in the back by the garden, which is basically a place for leaves to live. And then on the side of the house, the wind whips into the side and then they lodge against the bottom base of the house. So there's only 3 areas where they're all kind of hanging out right now. And I think it could be a really simple task if I just have this leaf blower that, again, I will save $164 on. The fact that, here's the thing, if this was $110, I'd be like, I don't know. But
does this have a bag attached to it? Does this have a bag attached? Okay, so you're just pushing it to one area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
But here's how they get me. Like, this is how I'm wired. I see it at $99, and I'm like, oh, I'm it. $99, I'm in. If it was $109, I'd be like, it's too expensive.
Yeah,
but the fact that I see it under $100, you got me. You got the hook in my mouth.
I always spend way too much time in those aisles at Home Depot. Like, is there really a difference between all of these brands? They look the same to me. Like, there's Milwaukee. I forget what some of the other one is, like a bright green one. I'm like, and whatever the cheapest is usually the one I end up going with. But all right, you're doing it. What day are you doing this?
Saturday. I don't have a choice. I can't do it tomorrow. I'll be on the train in New York. I can't do it Thursday. Won't get home till 8 o'clock. And then Friday's chaos. Friday, I work from 8 in the morning until 6 at night. It ain't happening.
6 at night?
Every Friday. Yeah. Well, with all the hits throughout the day, yeah. It's a joke. It's a joke.
That sounds fun.
And people will call me on Friday, like, middle of the day and be like, what are you doing? I'm like, working. Can I call you back tomorrow? But yeah, this will be my Saturday. Maybe I'll post some content. Maybe I'll start an OnlyFans and do my leaf blowing skills.
An OnlyFans, yes, you should. How big is your yard? It sounds massive. I'm surprised at how big it sounds. What?
It's like 2,100 square feet, the property. So it's
okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be looking for that. Based on how the Saturday games go, you might want to go outside and get away from a TV. I need to go run this machine. I'm pissed. Hopefully not. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully it's a celebration. All right. NFL team futures. Let's start looking at some of these divisions. Let's talk a little bit about these divisions because a couple stood out to me. We spent our time yesterday talking about the AFC West and how Denver is now $3 favorite. That certainly makes a lot of sense. I do think there are some interesting moves. Let me start with the East because you hear a lot of the Patriots love. I know how you feel about Buffalo. It's now New England minus 250. Is that fair? Is that price correct? Does any part of you want Buffalo at plus 200? If I told you before the year started going into week 12, you can get the Bills at 2-1. I think you would have been like, what? What went wrong? When did Josh Allen get injured?
Yeah, exactly. I would hear that price and think something went catastrophically wrong. And it hasn't been catastrophic. Their D line is a problem. And some people are like, oh, their rush defense is horrible. I'm like, well, everybody's hurt. You take 3 offensive linemen out of the way of Jonathan Taylor. How good's Jonathan Taylor? Not going to be as efficient because the holes aren't going to be as big. So I don't think it's a catastrophically bad defensive line. They just can't keep anybody on the field. Between Oliver and Daquan Jones and Hoyt, I mean, like, none of these guys are healthy. So that's the main reason. And the elephant in this conversation, the schedule for the Patriots is horrible. Horrible. You know, you're going to beat the Bengals. Then you face the Giants, at the Jets, home against the Dolphins. That's 4 more wins right there, which brings them to 13. And then maybe they split. They're home against the Bills at Baltimore. If they split those two, they're 14-3. Buffalo's not going to catch that. No way.
No. I want to throw this long shot idea at you. It's a long shot for a reason. Let's go to the AFC South. You've got Indy coming off a bye. They're 8-2 on the season. Jacksonville 6-4. Look good against the Chargers over the weekend. Don't know that that's going to continue with the number of injuries that they have on that team. Houston's just hanging out at 5-5. Just won a couple games without CJ Stroud. They play on Thursday against Buffalo. Tough matchup. But the Colts' schedule gets very challenging. If you look at the remaining strength of schedule, Colts have the 4th toughest schedule in the NFL. The Texans are 16-1. This week, the Colts have the Chiefs, and the Texans have the Bills in Houston. So that's a 5.5-point spread. Maybe they can end up winning that game. Don't know. But what do you think about Houston, who plays the Colts twice still? They're 3 games back with catching the Colts, 16-1.
If I was betting $100 on the Texans, here's how I would do it. I'd do 70 to make the playoffs and 30 to win the division. That's how I'd split it. I would much rather stack chips on the 3-1 price, BetMGM 3-1 to make the postseason.
Sure.
I do 70% of my bet on that, and then 30% on them to win the division, which is a lot more unlikely.
That's a good look. And right now, Houston is the 8th seed, so they're right behind Jacksonville. They're 1 game out. That's a pretty good look, plus 310. The problem is the Chiefs are the 9. If you believe that the Chiefs are in, they're going to take one of those spots. They're probably going to at least take the Jacksonville spot, right? Like, there's a lot more to discuss here. Where's Chicago? Not the first or second favorite for the division, even though they lead the division right now. We'll talk all about that coming up. More on futures. Michael Felder on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
pressure. Yes, they do. Heineke tried to blitz. Simpson throws. Broken up. Peyton Bowen. What a day for the Bowen brothers and the Oklahoma defense.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Big win for the Sooners over the weekend. Welcome back, Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk some football with our buddy Michael Felder at In the Bleachers over on social media, college football analyst. And let's start there, Michael. It feels like it's the first, I don't know, kind of tough decision that the committee has here, and people, that's going to be the headline. Okay, going from Bama with a bye, you get that loss over the weekend. How far do you guys want to drop them? Because people are going to pay close attention how far they end up dropping tide here. What do you think happens?
I think that you gotta move them down, right? Last week, this is a team that was in the top 4. You got to move. They can't be in the top 4 anymore. I think they can still be in the top 12, obviously. I think, but Oklahoma's going to have to move up, and I think you have to do like some sort of like, what is it, 6-7. You got to do some juggling to get these guys to figure out how you're going to put them, because we saw the head-to-head. Oklahoma beat them on the road. Remember, on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So they beat them. So you've got to do some juggling here, and you got to figure out. I think Georgia obviously is going to probably be in that top 4. Texas Tech now, they kind of pull up to their bumper at 5 maybe, and then you figure out what you're going to do. I think the biggest issue is going to be obviously Alabama, Oklahoma. You have to figure that spot out, but Ole Miss and Oregon are also sitting there, and you've got to figure out what you're going to do with those 4 teams. I think those are the 4 most intriguing teams that are still going to remain. Or Oklahoma will move into the top 10, but those 4 teams are going to be in that spot. And, oh, by the way, Notre Dame's just kind of, hanging around.
Mm-hmm. I wish Mateer didn't get hurt. I say this as somebody who has no investment on Oklahoma. I feel for Joe because Joe had some Oklahoma stuff. And I said yesterday, look, if he doesn't get hurt, he doesn't slam his thumb on a helmet, they're potentially 9-1 right now. But life's not fair sometimes. I wish he was healthy the whole way, because that's why they lost to Texas. He couldn't even grip the ball. I've been thinking about you for a couple days now, because I know you'd be the perfect person to ask this question. Is it better to be 10-2 with a loss to Notre Dame? Or, I'm sorry, is it better to be 10-2 with a loss to Miami, or 10-2 with a loss to SMU?
Oh, that's a
because you know what I'm talking about. Because you got Miami and Notre Dame both going to be 10-2 probably, and it could come down to one of those 2 teams.
I think the Miami loss is a better loss, right? Like, we agree on that. SMU obviously that's not a good loss in terms of rankings, in terms of what we're talking about. So I think Notre Dame's probably in a better spot, but at the end of the day, the reality for me is I think they're both going to get in. I think if we're being fair, we're being honest, I think it's better to be 10-2, period. Because these teams that we're talking about, Ohio State's going to have to play Indiana, right?
Yep.
A&M's going to have to play probably, I guess at this point, they're going to have to play Georgia. We'll see how this shakes out with Georgia, Alabama, all tiebreakers and all this stuff. So we'll see how that works out. But I'd rather not go to my conference championship game. I'd rather just go to the playoff, stay on track, and keep it moving. We get an extra week off that yes, they get a bye week to go into the playoffs if you're in that top 4. But the reality is, if you keep playing football, that means you keep playing football. And by that, what I mean, and I know it sounds redundant, but what I mean by that is you stay on rhythm, you stay on track. And one of the biggest things that people don't realize is these teams thrive on staying on track. And this keeps these guys on track. So I honestly, I think they're both sitting in a good spot, and we'll see what happens here. Because if Miami's got to play in Charlotte, they can lose in Charlotte, man. They can lose here. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, the 10-2 team you're talking about now is a 10-3 team. Now they're on the outside looking in, and that's a whole other mess that we've got to deal with. So I think that Notre Dame is Notre Dame's sitting in the catbird seat. They finish out this year, and they don't have to worry about playing a conference championship game. They don't have to worry about any of that. They know they're going to have to play in the first round. That's fine, but it keeps them on schedule.
That's funny because we were just having that conversation where The Notre Dame fans that love to get the Heisman, they probably wish they had a conference championship game.
Sure.
But fans of the team happy that they don't have to deal with the conference championship game. Go 0-2 and then don't lose, and we're going to be good. Like, that's clearly what I think. That's going to be interesting too. How much as they're playing. I mean, Pittsburgh is tougher than what they have coming up, but
right.
Keep on climbing. They're going to get a home game now. Like, that's probably what one of the takeaways tonight is going to be, that they're going to get a home game. Some couple SEC questions. One answer might be very short, so I want to throw a couple at you. Texas, 3 losses. Are they done? And then what does the committee do with Ole Miss? Do they get dinged if Lane takes one of these jobs?
This is the most interesting part of this. So I'm gonna go, and guys know all I love to do is I go backwards to go forwards. But adding in the early signing period, adding in the playoff plus the portal, Lane can't take any job right now. He's got a team that's going to be in the top 10. He cannot take any job. He has to finish the drill. And you look at the playoff now that we've expanded, it's 12 teams, right? When do those games get played? Sammy, can you tell me? When do those games get played?
December 20th, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Right. And if he wins, then the next game is what? We're going into January, aren't we?
10 days.
Basically.
So he can't take a job. So you can't hire him. You might want him, Florida. You might want him, anybody else. But he can't take that job. He got to finish the drill. So I don't think they get dinged for that. I think what happens is Lane is he's locked in at Ole Miss. I also think Ole Miss likes I think he likes Ole Miss. Like, they got a little swashbuckler quality to them that is like, hey, we'll take it any way we can get it. And so he's doing that. But Ole Miss, that's a good football team. And they know what they're doing, and he's allowed to kind of play fast and loose, go out and make plays. So, and again, we talked about it with Georgia and Texas A&M. Those two teams are going to they'll probably play in Atlanta. Ole Miss is just going to be sitting there like, yeah, buddy. They'll probably host you mentioned Notre Dame getting to host a game in the playoff. I think Ole Miss might get to host a game as well. And they're just going to, you keep your kids on campus, you keep going, you keep moving, and they're going to be, again, they're sitting right there ready for action. So the only thing what Ole Miss doesn't need to have happen is them get squared up with Alabama. That's the one thing that Lane Kiffin is like, come on, give me somebody from anywhere else. Give me somebody from anywhere else. Please don't put Alabama on my ticket. So, don't put them on our dance card. I do think that Ole Miss is, we're looking at a 10-1 football team. They got the Egg Bowl, and they're ready to rock and roll. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. But no, I don't think that Lane's going to take a job. I don't think they get dinged for that. I think that for them, as long as they take care of business against Mississippi State, we're talking about a team that doesn't have to go to the SEC championship game, and probably will be hosting one of those first-round games.
I got into a knockdown, drag-out argument about a month ago. I was comparing Indiana and Penn State, and there was this guy like, Penn State's such a better job. And I'm like, why? Why is it a better job? Because they won titles in the 80s, right? The game has changed. Now that anybody can pay anybody, and NIL and boosters can openly throw cash at players, the game has changed. Florida used to be a better job than Ole Miss. I don't think it is anymore. And for you to think that Indiana is so far behind Penn State, these high school kids, they don't give a damn what happened in 1987. If anything, they think more about what happened in the showers in 2010. You're like, it's not a better job anymore. It's just not.
No, I agree with you.
I had to go there.
I think it's just, so here's the thing. Obviously, yes, these kids were alive for that, which is that's a big deal. And their parents were also a lot more reticent of the abuse, for sure. Like, not making light of the situation. It was a very horrible situation. But here's the thing.
Of course.
You can pay people. I also think it's about culture building. And there's a humongous difference between a football culture and a school culture. Now, you can be bought into, and I don't use this word lightly, but I do use it. You can buy into the cult of Penn State, the we are, the whole deal, right? You can buy into that when you go to school there, and everyone's like, we're a part of the program. And I'm like, you're not a part of the program. You stand in the stands and you're over there, the program is a program. And that program had massive failings, specifically under James Franklin, right? In big spots, they had massive failings. So, again, as you mentioned, who cares what you did in the 80s? Nobody. Franco Harris. What? Who? Who is that? Who is Franco Harris?
Yeah.
So, who is Shafi Field? Like, I know these guys because this is like the thing that I follow. Like, I know Shafi Fields. I know LeVar Arrington. I know all that stuff. These kids are like, who is that? I don't know who that is. They know Saquon? Yes, check. Saquon was going to be good no matter where he went to school. And you put a quarterback in the league in what? Decades, right? Since what? Probably since Kerry Collins. Kerry Collins a Penn State guy, right?
Yeah.
McSorley got in for a cup, but that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing
But,
special.
Kerry Collins was a franchise quarterback here for the Carolina Panthers. That's the last one. And these kids weren't born yet because that was in 1997. So the Indiana job, the thing for me, and to piggyback off your comments, Sam, I think is about culture. And so much of it has to be about culture. And it's not just recruiting, but it's also making people want to stay there to play football. And for Penn State, yes, they do have a good culture. They do have a very strong fan base. They do have people that really, they worship at the altar of that program. I think Indiana is showing that we can build it from whole cloth, right? Like we can get out the mud and create this. Oregon, same thing, right? Over the last decade and a half, Oregon's doing it. Penn State over the last few years, Indiana over the last few years started to do it with Kurt Signetti. They just gave that man an extension, and he was like, yeah, I want to stay here because my kids want to stay here and my family wants to stay here. And we don't have this like air or sense of self-import that other places have, right? Like you mentioned Florida before. The thing about the Florida job to me, Florida, I still think is one of the top 5 jobs in college football. You have all this access to recruits, but Florida fans, I'd rather be where I'm at if I'm Lane Kiffin with folks who are happy to have me versus you go to Florida and all of a sudden we saw it with Will Muschamp. We saw it with Jim McElwain. Obviously, we watched it with Bill Napier. Billy Napier didn't win enough. But what we're seeing is Florida does not just want to win football games. Florida wants to win football games 54-10. And if you don't do that, that's not good enough. Will Muschamp was winning. Will Muschamp, where did he go to, the Sugar Bowl? And they were like, this is not enough for us. Let's get you out of here. So I just think it's every place is interesting. There's a pressure cooker, and we live in this like a pressure cooker or like microwave, right? We live in this microwave society where you want to see results fast. And it takes time to build culture, especially with NIL, transfer portal, early signing day. Early signing day means you can't, like, I don't feel bad for these coaches. They're making millions and millions of dollars. I don't feel bad for these schools. They're making millions and millions of dollars. I don't feel bad for TV. They're making millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars. I feel really bad for these high school kids because they're not getting recruited the way that they used to. And I'm not even going out on a limb. I know this for a fact. They're not even getting treated the way that they used to get treated. And I can tell you something. As someone who got recruited in high school, boy, they treated you like a lobster, steak. They showed you around. You saw the little bitties around. There was a lot going on. And now they're like, we're going to find somebody in the portal. So.
Yeah. All right. A couple more minutes here with Michael Felder. What about this week? Oklahoma, Missouri. It's the Sooners favored by 7.5. Fascinating matchup. Because Mizzou, they're not going to make the playoff, but there are only three losses, all against top 10 teams, and 2 of them are really close. And now you've got Oklahoma coming off road wins at Tennessee, road win at Bama, and now you're coming back home with the chance to make the playoff. How do you think this one goes?
You can't let yourself bite yourself in the ass, man. You cannot let yourself, you can't beat yourself. They got to go out and realize this game matters just as much because if they lose one, they're not going to be in the playoff either. So they got to go out and take care of business and make sure that everything works. It's good to see that it looks like, and this never happens over the course of the season, but it looks like Oklahoma's getting healthier.
Yep.
Over the last few weeks. And that usually doesn't happen. I think Mizzou, they're kind of licking their own wounds, right? Like they've lost 2 of their last 4 or 3 of their last 5. And it's tough. And they lost them all to, like you mentioned, ranked teams. But I think going on the road to Oklahoma, holiday season is looming. What are we going to do? So I think Oklahoma takes care of business.
Michael, you got a few more minutes for us to talk Heisman and a few other games?
Yeah, I do.
All right, cool. Appreciate that. Michael Felder, he'll stay with us. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Michael Felder, kind enough to stick around in the bleachers over on X, talking some more college football. Haven't even got to Heisman. We'll talk some Thanksgiving tips from Michael Felder. We left off there with the Mizzou-Oklahoma game. Sam, did you have a game that you wanted to hit with Michael?
Well, I wanted to just correct something real quick. He was talking about when he was getting recruited, it was steak and lobster and biddies, but you don't got to BS a BSer. I know they flashed a TI-83 at you and you were in. Like, that's all it took. A really nice calculator, and you probably just jumped and said, yep, I'm coming here.
Nah, man. See, here's the thing. My brother's the math guy. My mom and dad are math people. I hated math. I was only good at math in high school and No, you want to know the first time I ever got an F on like a report card?
Mm-hmm.
I failed operations research in college. I was in that class for 2 months, didn't understand a word that the professor was saying. And I said, you know what? I don't need to come back here anymore. And they were like, you're not going to take the exam? And I was like, I'm not taking anything. I'm done. I don't understand what's happening here. So I got it. That was my first F. But the good thing is, your boy, I got a 4 on the environmental science AP exam. I got a 4 on the Spanish AP exam. So I came into college as a sophomore, so that F didn't hurt me too bad because once I got out of high school, I was like, I'm done. Math over. And that's why, I stays with my calculator.
TI.
My TI-83, though, I used to play Drug Wars on that bad boy constantly.
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. Wait, we didn't even get to James Franklin. Like, we talked about Penn State, but we didn't talk about the news from yesterday. What'd you think of the hire? And then like I'm staring at it. Ooh, I wonder if this wakes the program up a little bit. They're getting 17.5 points, a 17.5 point home dog to Miami this week.
I think that it's going to be interesting. I think it will wake the program up. I don't know if it wakes them up this week. But I do think that the reality, I think 17-5, I think Miami is in a spot where they are, what do you guys call it? They know they have to put style points on this. And I think that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to put style points on it. As far as the hire goes, I think Franklin's is a good hire. I don't know if you guys remember a guy, Ralph Friedgen. Mm-hmm. Ralph Friedgen wanted Franklin to be coach and waiting at Maryland. And then Maryland changed some administrative stuff and then ultimately ended up not going that way. So he ends up at Vanderbilt, then he ends up at Penn State. But Ralph wanted Franklin to be coaching waiting at Maryland. To me, what that means is Franklin, and we've seen it over the course of his time at Penn State and at his time at Vanderbilt, he's well acquainted with the folks in Virginia, Tidewater, mountains, obviously close to the DC area, the DMV, with respect to working at Maryland and pulling kids from there from Penn State. So I think it's going to work from a recruiting standpoint. I also think that, and we talked about this a little bit in the earlier segment, building a culture. I think Virginia Tech is a place that you can't live in the portal. You have to have kids that you develop. And I think part of that is building a culture where kids want to stay and play for you. And if he can do that, I think he's got a lot of opportunity for success because there are a lot of really good players there. And instead of those guys going to JMU, you bring them to Virginia Tech. And then once you bring them to Virginia Tech, now all of a sudden you say, hey, if you stay give me 3. I'm not asking for 4. I'm not asking for 5. Give me 3 years. I can turn you into somebody that can get to the NFL.
How many points does Oregon beat USC by?
Shoo. Dan Lanning wants this one. He wants it. Like, I could watch his speeches I could watch his pregame speech all day, all of them. I think they are going to give. We saw Iowa had it right on the tip. They had it right on the tip. They were almost there. I think Oregon, obviously more talented. I think the big thing for me, I think they win. What's the number on that game?
10 now at a lot of places. 9.5 at BetMGM.
Okay, 9.5 at BetMGM. I think they probably win this game by 14 points. 2 touchdowns. Give it to me. I'll take it.
Okay.
I just think that and by the way, Dante Moore, because I know we're going to talk Heisman.
Yeah.
He's on my short list, man. He's on my short list.
Really? Well, okay, let's jump there. Mendoza the favorite. He's even money. Sayan's 2-1. And you got Simpson, who completely fell off the map. The third favorite's Reed, but you look at a lot of the straw polls, people not really respecting Reed right now. It's screaming to us, which quarterback wins the Big Ten championship? Like, there's your Heisman winner. At least that's what the odds are saying at this moment in time.
Yeah, and the thing is, Moore's going to be on the outside looking in because it's going to be Indiana and Ohio State. But, man, I like Moore. Like, if anybody could do anything, I think it's Moore. I think that what do we have? The SEC guys, Stockton and Pavia are just kind of right on the back end, but they'll probably get invited to New York City, we assume. So, but if I was going to take like on a lark, I would go with Dante Moore. Sand's going to be interesting. I think Mendoza versus Sand in a Big Ten championship game can be very exciting. And again, we talked about Jeremiah Love, right? And he won't have that 13th data point. He won't have that bonus game that really helps seal it for a lot of people.
See, they're saying Moore has no chance. They got him 500-1 to win the Heisman.
Yeah, and part of that is he's not going to go to the Big Ten championship game, and Mendoza's already beat him.
Yep.
Right. Like I like a lot of the like. You can't tell me that Casey Concepcion is not as good a player as some of these other guys. You can't tell me the same thing with Marcel Reed. I think Marcel Reed's a really good football player.
So,
I wish there were. I like Jeremiah Love. I think that it's interesting to see like all this how it shakes out. Ty Simpson took a humongous step back, obviously because of the loss to Oklahoma, but it's really tough. And then also, by the way, has anybody been watching like Indiana's defense, like their linebackers? Anybody watching these Georgia linebackers? Maybe those guys also should be in the discussion, but they're not because it's a quarterback award.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, Arch, Klubnik, Nussmeier, Sellers, like all these guys that were supposed to be legit just flamed out, whether it was injury or poor play or both. And, you know, all these elite quarterbacks that we were hearing about in June, July, and August, none of them delivered. None of them.
None. Not at all. Not at all.
We were having the conversation about Love, and like we understand, okay, if you compare him to Genty, the numbers aren't going to be there. If you look at some of the other running backs, okay, maybe the numbers won't be there. But if you go back to like Ingram, like the numbers are there. He just doesn't get as much work as a lot of these other top running backs across the nation. My guess is Love goes to New York, especially being a Notre Dame guy. But do you think he should have some real respect here when it comes to the Heisman? Like the Athletic poll that came out this morning, their straw poll, he did get a couple first-place votes.
Yeah, I think that's – and I have a hard time with this. I don't know if I told you guys this story, but I used to work when I was working full-time for Bleacher Report, Turner – I was in New York City doing something else, and then Turner asked if I could do a Heisman talk. And for CNN's little Heisman show, pre-show that they put on. And I went in there and I just was like, yeah, the award sucks. And I think it sucks. And it's a quarterback award. And they don't talk about the best player. They only talk about, just quarterbacks because that's the only thing that people are like, can understand. And so long story short, that part did get cut. They did not put me in the feature. And, but with Jeremiah Love, he's not asked to do a lot. He has 177 carries on the year. Like, that's not like he has 177 carries on the year, but he still has 1,100 yards, 14 touchdowns. We're not going to see. I think the nature of the beast is we're not going to see guys get the carries that we saw. Like, what was his name from Michigan State? Played for the Steelers, Le'Veon Bell. We're not going to see people get those Le'Veon Bell numbers in terms of carries. We're not going to see that anymore. Like, it's honestly when it was happening, I was like, this is child abuse.
Yeah, Joe said that Derrick Henry had 400 touches the year he won the Heisman.
406.
Yeah, that's 406?
Yes, 406 touches.
Yeah,
395 rushes.
That's child abuse.
Mm-hmm.
Chuba Hubbard, 328. Like, what are we like? What? Like, that's a lot. Hey, go slam your head into these other guys. What is it? Pumphrey had 350 carries. Like, it's not, we're not going to see that anymore. And it's this concept of load management, but it's also, this game has become a passing game, which obviously is why the quarterbacks become the guys that get all the stats and the numbers. And like the craziest thing to me is talking to, I've got some friends that play, like I've got some friends, I have friends, don't worry. They played in like the 80s and the 90s, right? Like when you are part of a football team, you talk to older players and you talk to all those guys. They're like, we used to throw the ball like 16 times. And then every play after that, every other play was just a running play. And now they might run the ball 16 times. And then every other, that's why guys have 40 pass attempts a game. Like if you look at, what's his name at FAU? Velkamp. This guy's averaging like 40 passes a game. Hang on, I got it right here. Velkamp, Sawyer Robertson from Baylor, Nick Minicucci from Delaware, all average over 40 passes a game. Is that right? Did I say it right?
Yeah.
I've only read it.
I think so.
I haven't said it. Minicucci. Oh, wow. They average 40 passes a game. Can you imagine Terry Bradshaw throwing the ball 40 times? That's insane. Would never happen. That's why running backs were winning the Heisman back then, because they got more touches, and it just doesn't happen anymore. So, yeah, I think Love will be there, as you mentioned, because he's a Golden Domer, and he's a Notre Dame guy, and they're going to, you put the, you put a little icing on the cake to get him there. But I think at the end of the day, this is a quarterback award. Mendoza saying we'll see who wins the Big Ten, and then we'll go from there.
Ohio State has Michigan on deck.
Yeah.
Ohio State is a 31.5-point favorite against Rutgers.
Yeah.
Any chance you entertain the idea of taking the points? You can get 31.5 with Rutgers.
I'd take the points. I'll take the points because I think that Ohio State's going to get cute is not the right word. Cute is not the right word. I think what they're going to do is I think that Ryan Day, if he's okay, here's what I want. I want Ryan Day to take a page out of Lane Kiffin's playbook. And I want Ryan Day to show them a bunch of motions, a bunch of shifts, a bunch of personnel packages that they're not used to seeing to make Michigan have to work extra hard in practice that week to prepare for things. If you can get them to waste 10 minutes a day, 10 minutes on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 10 minutes on working on shifts, get their brain a little scrambled up, and then just stick to your bread and butter when you go into the game, you can get a win. And I will say this, obviously, they're playing for a national championship. They want to play for a national championship. That's the goal for them this year. But you better win this freaking football game, dude. Like, you can't keep losing to Michigan. You better win this game.
Michael Felder, we're 9 days away. Where are you in your preparation for your Super Bowl Thanksgiving?
I had to donate some food. So I dipped into my Thanksgiving stash to donate some food to some families in need. But I would say I'm still probably 90%. I have 90% install. I have my turkeys, I have my grease, I have my cavatappi. By the way, if you're making mac and cheese for Thanksgiving, use cavatappi, don't use elbows. You get cavatappi, especially the cavatappi that's got the grooves on it, holds the cheese a little bit better. And it's like if you put two elbows together, little corkscrew, very good for your mac and cheese. The only thing I have to buy, I have to get a little bit more butter. Can't have enough of that. And I have to get some collard greens. That's it. Everything else is done. I have everything else that I need. I have my Yukon Golds. I have like I said, everything I need for mac and cheese. I have the turkeys. I have the grease. I have the corn because I'm going to make my grandma's cream corn. And I have bread flour to make rolls. By the way, just for the record, everybody loves Parker House rolls. I love Parker House rolls. What I've started doing is this like hybrid of a Parker House roll with croissant where you take the butter, you soften the butter overnight, then you put it between wax paper. You let your dough get through its first rise. Then you take that sheet of butter, roll it up into the actual bread like a croissant, and then you roll them out. Then you put them in. You square them up, or you put them in the rolls. Put them in there. Boom. Butter. The rolls buttered up from the inside out. You can't beat it.
Damn, I'm hungry.
Oh, and red velvet. We're making red velvet cupcakes with the cream cheese icing.
Oh, damn, killing me.
I'm coming over.
9 days. We got 9 days to get there.
Doors
Michael
always
Felder
open.
at In the Bleachers. Appreciate your time as always. Thank you, Michael. Enjoy all the games this weekend, and of course your Thanksgiving holiday. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Michael Felder hanging out. If you're listening via the podcast, you didn't listen to the Felder segments, I highly recommend. Good conversation about what's happening around college football right now, the games this weekend, Heisman Trophy, and of course we wrapped it up with some Thanksgiving chatter. Get you hyped, get you really hungry right now. All right, let's talk some, before we get to Will Brinson, let's talk some futures. We got a lot to get to before we get out of here at noon Eastern. But we started talking about some of the divisions. Let's go there. We addressed the idea of AFC South, that maybe Houston is not dead, and they've got 2 games against Indy. Indy has a tough schedule the rest of the way. We know what's happening in the AFC West right now. Well, let's put it out there. Are the Chiefs done for the division? 5-5. Are they done? Are you buying this Broncos minus 300 favorite?
They're not done, but I'm not putting a single dollar that I work hard for on Kansas City. Not happening. And look, if you want to hit the rewind button, go back 3 weeks. I put my flag down right between 2 of my toes and said, this is not a team that's going to make a deep playoff run. They're just flawed. They're flawed in so many ways. They can't run the ball at all. And the pass rush is a problem. So Schwartz and I, Jeff Schwartz, we were watching film one day. I don't watch film. He watches film like crazy. And I'm like, what are you doing in here? And he's snacking and watching Chiefs film. And he's like, watch the pass rush. And we watch a couple of plays and I said, what pass rush? And he said, exactly. No, Chris Jones is an unbelievable player. But Chris Jones can't burn all this, fuel in the middle of October, November. You need Chris Jones to be at his best in the playoffs. He can't carry their defensive line for 18, 19, 20 weeks. They're not getting any help. So they're not winning the line of scrimmage in the running game. They're not putting pressure on the quarterback. And we saw that in the fourth quarter. They didn't touch Bo Nix. Couldn't even breathe on him. That's why he had all that time to throw. The Chiefs of old are putting pressure in the pocket. And Spags is just searching for answers. So they can't run it. They can't put pressure on the quarterback. And they're one injury away from missing the playoffs. I mean, God forbid Mahomes goes down, which I'm not rooting for or hoping. No, let's erase that from your mind right now. But if he goes down, they're dead, obviously. If they lose Worthy for 2-3 more weeks, he's been hobbled this year. If Jones goes down, forget it. What about if Rashee Rice goes down again? They don't have any margin for error. And I went to bed last night thinking, maybe the Chiefs can get hot. Maybe they can find a way. But, Joe, they got to go like 6-1 to guarantee a playoff spot. 5-2, maybe. Maybe you get in at 5-2, but it's not a guarantee. The biggest guarantee, though, is there's no guarantee that they go 5-2. They're 5-5 in 10 games. What gives people any confidence that they're going to rip 5 wins in the next 7 games? I have none.
They could lose Sunday. They could lose Sunday to the Colts.
Easily. They could lose to the Texans. Oh, they'll beat the Texans. Why? Why are they a lock to beat the Texans? The Texans are going to shut this offense down.
Yeah, I know. They're not a lock for the playoffs. I know it's in all of our nature to say, well, they're going to be in. They're going to find a way. Well, they were just the 8 seed. They'll find a way. Well, now they're the 9. Now there are multiple teams between them in the playoffs. Better start stacking wins, man. Better start stacking them. How many do you have to win? 3, 7 games left. 5-5, 7 games left. I would think that 4 does not get it done. What you were saying about 5.
5-2
is the number. Indy could be a loss. At Dallas, they should win against that Dallas defense. But, hey, it's at Dallas. You don't know. You mentioned the Texans game. They host the Chargers. That non-existent pass rush, is it going to get home against that bad offensive line? I don't know. At Tennessee, that's a win. You would think at Vegas, if there's anything on the line in the last week, that's a win. They have to play Denver again. They got 3 real tough ones. Against 2 of the best defenses in the league, Houston and Denver. We saw how that worked out this past week. They're no lock, man. Still plus money on the miss. Just saying. I know it's not the time to bet them. The time was to bet them was 2 weeks ago, going on the road twice with Buffalo and Denver. Of course, that was the time, but don't know that they're a lock to make it.
If they get in, though, they're dangerous. Yeah. They are. Like, let's
dangerous.
Understand. If they get in, they are dangerous because they can go anywhere and win. The question isn't, can they win in the playoffs? The question is, will they make the playoffs? And the only reason they're minus 200, yes, is because they've gone to the AFC Championship every year Mahomes has been the quarterback. That is the only reason. If the side of the helmet had a Steelers logo, if the front of the jersey had a Chargers logo, we're talking minus 130 to the no, minus 150 to the no. But because it's Kansas City and everybody expects that they can just flick a switch on, that's why the yes is minus 200 to make. Did you notice, by the way, that the flagship is now morphing into an Eagles show? Have you caught that recently? No longer a Chiefs show. Yeah, no longer a Chiefs show. Now it's an Eagles show.
Oh, got away from the Commanders and Packers too.
That. Yeah, I caught that the other day. This is now an Eagles show, not a Chiefs show anymore, after saying that the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl and you're all fools and morons and idiots. Now it's an Eagles show.
Now I feel better about Kansas City.
Yeah, now they're going to win the Super Bowl.
No, maybe we should get some more 10-1 there. How would you okay, let's say they sneak in at 7. Right now that's Chiefs at Pats. Give me all that. Give me that game.
I would take the Chiefs. I would.
Yeah. I think everybody would.
Yeah. But the playoffs, as we learned many, many years ago on Chicken Dinner, the playoffs are simple. And if you're a wise guy betting the playoffs, you're going to lose a ton. Because the key to picking the winner in the playoffs, pick the better quarterback. That's it. That's all you do. And every year you look up. Well, when we were doing Chicken Dinner, it was every year it was Aaron Rodgers, Matt Ryan, AFC, it's Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes. Like, it's just, you close your eyes when you get the bracket, and we're all going to get that bracket after the regular season. Just pick the 2 best quarterbacks in the AFC and the 2 best quarterbacks in the NFC. And odds are good you're going to hit 3 of the 4 teams on Championship Sunday.
So we had on one of the winners, was it the Super Contest or Circa Million wasn't around then?
Came in second. Yeah, Circa didn't even start until 2019 or 2020. I think Mark finished second in the Super Contest when it was the contest in Vegas. No, you tell it. No, I'd rather you tell it because people are going to think I'm going to embellish the story.
His name was I'm glad you remember. I'm glad you remember. His name was Mark.
Mark Jorstad. I'll never forget it. He was a farmer from Central Illinois.
Upstate Illinois. He was hanging with Jake. He's probably Jake's dad. So he's hanging with Jake back in the day on the farm. He's from downstate. He plays in the Super Contest, finishes in second place. We had him on the show. Such a down-to-earth, nice country man, right? Just super nice guy. Willing to come on anytime. Just happy as can be. Thinks, this is just like the greatest thing in the world. Doesn't think he's some expert handicapper. And Sam got so pissed because of our questions and his responses. And he just Sam couldn't wrap his brain around the idea that this guy won hundreds of thousands of dollars in a handicapping contest. Because, like, what's your strategy? What goes into your handicapping? What's your thought process? The stress level, all that stuff. He's like, guys, it's easy. That's how I view it. It's easy. When I make my picks, I pick the team that has a better quarterback.
And you could hear after he finished that riveting analysis, you can hear the spit hit the bucket after his comment. You could hear you could see the straw behind his ear. I'm like, I look at Joe. Because I was running the board back in those days. We used to do it at WGN. I'm running the board. Joe's driving the show, and I don't remember who asked the question. What's been the key to your success? And he just went and went and went, and then was like, the end of the day, though, I just picked a better quarterback. And I just turned and stared at Joe and was enraged because we're spending all this time following line movement and talking to bookmakers and handicapping the games. And this guy wins 300 large picking the better quarterback. Good for him. I mean, I love to see people win, but that was a pivotal moment in my career. Talking to this guy who runs a farm in Southern Illinois, just picking the better quarterback.
And it of course happened to be one of those years where we suck because we bet a lot of underdogs, and Olachuk is coming in and he won everything, right? Just keeps taking a better quarterback. So he's taking a lot of favorites. Man, Mark Jorstad, he was always available. We always wanted to talk to him. All right, Mark.
Great dude.
Yeah.
Awesome dude. But
I bet you he's listening
money
now.
I doubt he's listening. He's raking in more cash by picking the better quarterback. He's fine. Do you know how much money over the years I lost in the playoffs thinking I was super sharp betting against Brady? Like I can't even do the accounting on it because it will make me cry. In the playoffs, you can have a great regular season. You can be, it used to be 12-4. Now it's 12-5, 13-4 because you play the extra game. You can have a remarkable regular season. But when you fall behind in the playoffs and you're Drake May or Daniel Jones or Bo Nix and 15 or 17 or 8 are on the other sideline, it's a different ball game, man. It's a different ball game.
Right now, the 4-5 in the AFC is Josh Allen and Mason Rudolph.
Who do you like in that one? Call Mark. Hold on.
Team.
Let me call Mark.
Yeah, we better. Let's get the consensus going down. Oh, Jorstad, good dude. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk to Will Brinson on the other side. More NFL chatter coming your way. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
bootleg. Stafford has Parkinson. Colby Parkinson breaks a tackle and another for a touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, let's keep the NFL conversation rolling. Our buddy Will Brinson from CBS Sports, kind enough to hang out with us. Find him on social media by his name, at Will Brinson. Will, we were just talking about, of course, the 5-5 Chiefs. You know, for so long, it's been this idea that, well, they're going to make it. They're going to make it. Well, they go from the 8 to now the 9 seed, and then here are the Colts looming. They're a 3.5-point home favorite against the Indianapolis Colts. When should we start to wrap our brain around the idea of, like, you know what? Maybe in this deep conference, maybe with the number of surprises that we're seeing in the AFC, and there's some weaker divisions, like the Baltimore-Pittsburgh winner is going to get in, maybe the Chiefs just don't make the playoffs. Is that viable?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely possible. Now, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, we live in a world where, and you got, you know, we're all old enough where, like, you know, it's not like, you know, we're not like fifth graders where it's like Patrick Mahomes is the only thing that's ever existed, right? I mean, like, we lived through I think actually living through the whole Tom Brady thing, and then Patrick Mahomes comes along, it's kind of difficult to wrap my brain around the idea that the Chiefs won't flip a switch at some point and make the playoffs. In fact, I've got my Bet It Now column up on CBSSports.com, and the very first and easy option was to hammer the Chiefs -3, because you can still find it out there. I think there's one spot. I know we're BetMGM show. I think it's 3.5 there, but you can get a 3 out there. I'm intrigued at 3. At 3.5, I'm kind of a little shaky. But, like, I mean, imagine saying that Patrick Mahomes is going to host Daniel Jones, and I guess they're not the favorite, but they're, like, you know, to earn the bye. But I mean, like, the AFC South leading Colts, and be a 3-point favorite at home with the Chiefs in a must-win situation. It's pretty crazy. And it's reflected. You see the odds right next to us here. The conference winner, aka the team to rep the AFC in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs have basically, like, similar odds to win the division as they do to win the conference, which just speaks to, like, Vegas is not going to get, you know, the sports books are not going to get exposed by hanging a realistic Chiefs to win the AFC number, because 5-1 is a terrible number. They should be like, I mean, like, any other team would be like 5-1 to make the playoffs, and they're 5-1 to win the conference. So, like, that speaks to just what we know about Andy Reid, what we know about Patrick Mahomes. Having said all that, I mean, like, I like the Chiefs -3. I think they figure out a way to beat the Colts. The defense is good enough, and we've seen it. If you get Daniel Jones in a spot where he's not front running and you can slow down Jonathan Taylor, then you can absolutely beat the Colts and create turnovers. Now, I mean, like, if the Colts get up here, good luck. Jonathan Taylor might flex the MVP muscles. But, I mean, I like the Chiefs, but I don't know if it's like I think it's more of a, like, look, Mahomes is going to get this done by 3 or more, I think, in this spot. But we also thought that last week, so.
They've got to go 5-2 though to make the playoffs. 5-2, like, that's where I'm at. So you have to take a team that's been 5-5 through 10 and expect them to do everything right and stay healthy. I'm glad you brought up the Patriots though, because, you know, the fair price on the Chiefs to make the Super Bowl should be like 9-1.
No, I mean, like, literally, I was going to ask you guys about this. Sorry, not to interrupt you, but, like, I was going to ask you guys about this because I just clicked on it just to see what it would, like, the Bills to win the AFC East and the Chiefs to win the AFC West. It's like 19-1, which is just, it's not enough, like, given where those two teams are. But the Chiefs' odds are longer to win the division than they are to win the conference. That is insane.
Yeah. Well, here's why. The Patriots went to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 conference championships in a row from 2011 to 2018. Brady ruined it for this Mahomes team. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Because Vegas is like, we're not doing this again. 5-1. You want to bet a 5-5 team to go to the Super Bowl? 5-1.
Right. I mean, like, what are they to win the Super Bowl? Probably like 6-1. I mean, it's insane. They're 5-5 now.
350.
No, are they really 350? Get the hell out of here. Okay, yeah. No. I mean, yeah, 8.5-1. Now, I will say this about the Chiefs. Like, I think if you go and look at their schedule in totality, am trying to. Yeah, there we go. Like you lose to the Chargers in week 1. Chargers look like the best team in football week 1. So like I'm not going to say it's a bad loss. Chargers very different team now. Lose at the Eagles in week 2. Eagles kind of just like physically imposed on them. The Chiefs weren't really clicking, but the Eagles are a good football team. You lose at the Jaguars in week 5. Fluky game. Jaguars aren't great, but Lawrence kind of stepped up his game, and Mahomes made a terrible mistake. You lose at the Bills in week 9, and you lose at the Broncos in week 11. Like, those aren't really bad losses. Like, you've lost to, like, all the good teams in football, basically. And they don't really have a hard schedule down the stretch. Like, you could see, I mean, you can, somebody is going to get really screwed by having to face Patrick Mahomes in the wild card round. I'll tell you that much.
Mm-hmm. I know. And we were just laughing at the idea of the quarterback matchup between what would be the 4-5 right now, Buffalo and Pittsburgh, too. Like, there's a lot of those. Like
Mason Rudolph and Josh Allen. I mean, like, night, Mason.
No doubt. What do you think about this idea? We're entering week 12, and look at the top of the Super Bowl odds. We've got 2 NFC teams. Not only 2 NFC teams, maybe ones that you weren't expecting. Rams and Eagles after their impressive performances, or let's say their big wins, I guess.
Well, I mean, I was bobbing my head to weren't expecting. Obviously, I mean, like it's great when you're correct on the run out and your read on a team is right. I mean, the Rams are like that good. Now, the Seahawks played really well on defense. They just have a Sam Darnold against a good defense problem. And the Rams, I mean, they ran Sam Darnold out of Minnesota with that playoff game, and they wrecked his, season. And we saw him in week 18 against the Lions. Like Sam Darnold in these big spots, you have to worry about that. But the Seahawks defense was awesome. I thought the Rams, the one concern I have with the Rams, and this is just something that Sean McVay does, and it's something that NFL coaches have done for decades now, just way too conservative at the end of games. And he's willing to toe the line, whereas I'd like him to be a little more aggressive in some of those spots, like just running the ball 3 times and daring Sam Darnold to beat you. That kind of screwed us on the cover there, right? I mean, like the Rams, like the Seahawks play, you could say the Seahawks played better overall statistically. Rams should have covered that game all day long. And same thing happened against the Eagles earlier in the season, week 3, when the Rams lost 33-26. Like the Rams should have covered that game. But yeah, like the Eagles, their defense, if it's not third best, if it's not second best, it's like third best. Adding Jalen Phillips and all the trade deadline moves that Howie Roseman made, that defense is a problem. The issue for Philly, I think, guys, is that their offensive coordinator is a problem too. And the A.J. Brown stuff, squeaky wheel game, you get 10 targets and then you don't really do a whole lot with them. That vertical passing game and whether it's going to come back and whether week 7 and 8 were just a blip on the radar, week 7 and 8 were just a blip on the radar, or like, can they do that again? Because we haven't seen them do it outside of those 2 weeks. Like that's the big concern for me with the Eagles. But that defense looks like it might be the best in football. And now Lane Johnson too, by the way, like he matters a lot for that offense. We saw it with Carson Wentz. We've seen it with Jalen Hurts a little bit less just because of, I think Lane's been healthier, but like when he goes out, that offense kind of falls off a cliff. So I'm curious to look at the Eagles offense moving forward. If they can get the passing game going, if Lane Johnson matters, I would flip the Rams and the Eagles if we don't see some sort of improvement from Philly on that offensive end.
Are we so sure the Lions are going to just win the North? I know the odds say that they will. Schedule doesn't get that much easier. And I know they've lost to some good teams, but are we sure they're going to just roll out of bed and win this NFC North?
No, I don't think so. I am pretty sure they're going to cover 10.5 on Sunday. This is, I mean, you talk about, that was another item in my Bet It Now column. You talk about a prime spot for the Lions to bounce back at home against a bad defense, either playing against, with their defense playing angry, playing against one of 2 things. Jackson Dart, who, if he clears concussion protocol, you better believe Mike Kafka won't call any designed runs for him. Like you want your job, buddy? Like that's part of why Brian Dable got fired. So you're going to lose Jackson Dart's legs at least in the intentional run game, which is a big part of what the Giants did with him. Or you're going to get Jameis Winston in the second game when he's starting, which is like past the YOLO phase and into the, okay, everybody thinks I'm a problem, but now I'm actually a problem for my own team phase. So I think the Lions, this is where they bounce back really well off a loss. As everybody knows, the stats are out there. I think they cover this by like another 10 points. Kind of easy.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you did put that also in your Bet It Now and CBSSports.com if people want to check that out. And you put it in one of your rules of life.
Yeah,
also,
did you get that? My coach, Coach Finstock. Yeah.
Never play cards with a guy who has the same first name as a city. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, that's a good rule. I like that one.
No, it's from Teen Wolf. It's never date a woman with a dragon with a dagger tattoo on her leg, on any part of her body.
Jesus,
never
Teen
play
Wolf.
Yeah, you watch Teen Wolf as a kid? Teen Wolf's a great
Of
movie.
course I did, but sometimes I need to check myself. I'm like, Sam, sometimes our references might be getting a little bit old.
No, we're old.
We're
old. They've rebooted Teen Wolf like twice since then. Yeah, we're old as hell.
Yep.
The other two that I'll just mention really quickly without you asking me. But Niners, Panthers over. I like a lot on Monday. And I think that ends up getting closer to 50 than it is right now. Carolina wants to run, but the second you start scoring on them, which San Francisco will be able to do with Brock Purdy back and that the way that they attack now, the second you start scoring on them, they just get dragged into these tempo games. Like I didn't realize it till yesterday morning. I was in my car and didn't even realize it. Bryce Young set the record for most passing yards by a Panthers quarterback of all time. Like I don't think the Panthers realized it till Tuesday morning either, or Monday morning either.
Sense.
Yeah.
Who did he break? Delhomme? Had to be Delhomme, right?
Cam. He did this is the quietest Cam. This is the quietest 448 yards I've ever seen in my life.
It's insane. Well, okay, so let's talk about them. Like the odds are interesting. Tampa Bay minus 800 to win the division, but Carolina's right there. Tampa has a soft schedule the rest of the way, but I mean, you're giving me Tampa 6-4, Carolina 6-5, and Carolina's plus 650. Puncher's chance.
And the Panthers get a week 14 bye, which I think is pretty big.
True.
They have the Saints one more time. And I mean, basically the division is going to come down to the 2 week 16 and week 18 games between Carolina and Tampa Bay. So can Carolina beat Tampa Bay? They probably have to beat them twice because they have San Francisco and then the Rams before their bye. Like, I think it's safe to assume Carolina could steal one of those. I don't think they will. I think they'll go 0-2 those games. LA's at home, so maybe that's a little bit different, but I don't know. I wouldn't bank on Carolina winning either of those games. So you go to 6-7. Let's say I think they'll beat New Orleans at New Orleans. I don't think they'll fall asleep for that one like they did at home. 7-7, lose to the Seahawks. You got to sweep. I think you have to sweep the Bucs to win it. So it's like, would the Panthers money?
Damn.
So you're about to say Panthers money line? I think he was about to say Panthers money line.
No, I need to know what he was going to say.
To be honest,
yeah,
I thought
we all were done. I wasn't sure, but then it was Will.
That was it.
Like
they decided. Odyssey said, "That's enough. Cut it."
I was hoping. Go ahead, Will. What were you about to say about Carolina? We're on the edge of our seat. Paul was guessing that you were going to say Carolina money line.
Yeah, my Chrome crashed. I was going to say like the Panthers money line at home, and then parlayed with the Panthers money line at the Bucs. That's probably less than plus 550, right? So like if you think the Panthers sweep the Bucs, you would just bet the 550. Like that's basically, I think, what they have to do to win it. I would not want to bank on Bryce Young sweeping Baker Mayfield. I thought Baker looked like he was out for blood yesterday against Josh Allen, and then Josh Allen just did. By the way, another thing I like for Thursday night, Josh Allen anytime touchdown minus 115. Dude scored 9 touchdowns between week 10 and week 16 last year, 3 last week. That's way too low a price for. He's about to do the Superman MVP thing, and he's got a primetime game.
Mm-hmm.
We've got less than a minute. Bears, they're begging you to lay Chicago -3 at home against Pittsburgh. I'm not doing it. I know a lot of people will, though. What is this team? What are they?
I don't know. They're so weird. They're like the 2017 Bills, like the year before they got Josh Allen, or the like one of those teams that, or like the Giants the first year with Brian Dable, right? Good coaching is kind of elevating them a little bit into this position where false expectations. If it's Mason Rudolph, I'll probably lay the 3, but like the Bears are going to lose some games down the stretch. Probably, maybe, potentially.
Maybe.
Packers twice.
Who knows? Maybe
Packers twice
they'll probably
coming
lose
up.
The Packers twice.
They'll split. They'll split.
I don't know.
They'll find a way to split that one, right?
Yep. CBSSports.com. Will Brinson. Will, thank you so much. We'll talk a couple weeks after Thanksgiving. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way in about 20 minutes. Joe, Sammy P. I was looking at the make and miss the playoffs. And one thing that jumped out, Sam, to me in the NFC side is, they're still high on Detroit. Detroit is out for the moment. They're the 8 seed in the NFC. They 6-4 record, but some books have them as a favorite to win the division still. It's kind of split right now. Some have Green Bay. Detroit is plus 325 to miss, so a heavy favorite to make the playoffs. Green Bay is plus 310 to miss, heavy favorite to make the playoffs. Chicago, a favorite to make the playoffs. Like last year, are we going to see a repeat? 3 playoff teams in the NFC North. Obviously, last year Minnesota was in and Chicago was out, but the numbers are telling us right now, Sam, that it would be Chicago in, Minnesota out, but the bottom line, 3 teams again from the NFC North are favored to make the playoffs.
If Chicago goes 3-4, they're in. The question is, do they win these swing games? I think that's what people are asking themselves. Now, if you ask anybody in Chicago, they're with Iceman, because that's the new thing now. Caleb Williams is the Iceman.
It's kind of pathetic, honestly, because they're trying to come up with a nickname that's going to stick with their franchise quarterback. Okay, we like him. He's good. He's got all these fourth quarter wins, blah, blah, blah. Now we need a nickname. Just let it happen. You don't need to make up a stupid ass nickname. Yes, Paul.
Go ahead, Paul.
I have a question for the group. Let's, like we all have, I've been here for 10 years. You guys grew up with them. Like, we're all very close to the Bears. Like, let's just pretend they're, I don't know, the Jets. Or
I tried to.
They're not the Chicago Bears, and think about that. And my other question is Ben Johnson Bears proof? Like, we've been waiting for the shoe to drop at every turn. Now it's too early to say 100% he's Bears proof, but for right now, do we have to give them that kind of benefit of the doubt? And not be
Joe, you take this first. I got something on this, but you first.
Were you willing to go that far when Matt Nagy was here at this point in his first season, and they were shocking a lot of people, and there were very high expectations? Nothing was going wrong. I think they go 12-4 that season, Trubisky's rookie year. Were we thinking that, or was it all the defense carrying them?
That was an elite defense. That was an elite defense. And I think when Nagy would let Trubisky play up tempo, we saw something. We also knew around this time of year that Parker was hitting goalposts left and right, and people were saying this is going to be a problem in the playoffs, and that's exactly 100%. What happened. Now, those same moron Bears fans think that Bears team was going to a Super Bowl if they win the double doink game, and that was never happening in a million years.
Correct.
So I think there's levels to it, obviously, but this defense is a problem. I think we got to give Caleb, and I've been saying this since the beginning of the season, let's rein in the expectations. I think he's doing enough good things that those bombs he missed by 5 yards on Sunday, he's got to hit those next year. The plays were there, and he's doing enough good things. If he doesn't hit them next year, okay, raise hell. Oh, he's not the guy, blah, 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 which I think is still maybe a little unfair. I think you got to measure the expectations, but I also think you've got to be pretty happy with what you're seeing at this point, and just being they're going to fall apart at some point.
They're
early
7
in the year.
7-3. How can you not be happy if you're a Bears fan? Of course.
Well, there were some that were looking at the numbers and saying, well, he shouldn't be this good. No. With what he's doing in big moments, this is a team that's never known how to win, right?
Right.
Now they're just finding ways to win. Now the conversation has been completely flipped. That's what's different. They know how to win, and that quarterback he creates chaos, right? Maybe it's controlled chaos a little bit. It sounds like it's something that the Bears are actually working on, but Ben Johnson has talked about it, this idea, without ripping on Jared Goff, that he was kind of limited. Even though it was a great offense, he was limited with what Goff could do. Caleb's abilities have opened up the playbook for him, and he could try different things. So I think that's fascinating. I look at this schedule, and I've interacted with some Bears fans that have said, oh, yeah, but it's great now. But look at the schedule. They've got Philly. They've got Green Bay twice. They've got San Francisco. They've got Detroit. Yeah, you're right. But situations have changed. You don't like going to San Francisco in week 17, but guess what? That defense sucks. And they should suck right now. They can't stop anybody. You don't want to facing Green Bay? That's not great, right? 2 times in 3 weeks. But who trusts the Packers? Again, trailing to Jameis Winston in the fourth quarter on Sunday. This Pittsburgh team, I don't know that Rodgers is going to be out there. I don't even know that that's even a good thing. Like, they don't have much. At Philly, that's obviously going to be a tough game. You've got Cleveland as well. I don't think the schedule is as tough as people want to believe that it is. And part of that is because there's nobody great in this league. I'll grant at Philly, Black Friday, that's a tough-ass game. They're probably going to lose that game. The rest of them, I think every game on this calendar is winnable for the Bears.
So, not to get too deep in the weeds on the psyche of a Chicago sports fan, but since we're here, let's do it. Most Chicagoans are not Blackhawks fans and didn't grow up as Blackhawks fans. They jumped on and held on for dear life because the team was really good and you can go out and drink with your friends. The puck goes in the net. We'll all jump around and have a great time. But like most Chicagoans are not Blackhawks fans and haven't been for a long time. The issue with the Chicago sports fan is that they don't know what a championship team looks like because there haven't been a lot of them in the last 50 years. And anytime there's a shred of success, they want to move from the second station to the 8th station. They want to just rush to be great again. And this team is not great. It's a good team. It's not a great team. But I think the annoyance for me is we start saying that Caleb Williams is Michael Jordan and that Ben Johnson's a Hall of Fame head coach. And like, that's what drives me insane. Mm-hmm. Like, there is so much left to develop and to sustain. And the Bears haven't sustained success since before I was born, since the mid-'80s. Last time they were able to string successful seasons in a row that were successful. Like, that's the issue with the fans. Like, they're so desperate for a winner that when a team is winning, it has to be too much. Here's what I said in the Sun-Times on Sunday. They're way ahead of schedule. A lot has broken their way, but it isn't easy to win games in this league. Just ask Mark Trestman and Matt Nagy. And then I continued with this. If the quarterback plays the way he's playing and they keep believing in this coach, they're going to win a lot of games. And it's been a long time since a coach has had a Bears team believing like that. And you could throw that 12-4 Bears team, fine. But before that, it was Lovey in 2005, 06, 08, 10, 11. Like, they're so desperate for winners that we have to be over the top about it. And that's been my biggest issue with the fan base. You can't just have nice things. You have to make the thing nicer than it really is.
Totally agree. It gets frustrating. Now, to my original question, the East, one team. That's a one-bid division, Eagles. The South, probably a one-bid division, right? It's going to be Tampa Bay or Carolina, likely the Bucs. And then you've got multiple bids in the West, multiple bids in the North. One of these two divisions is going to have 3 teams. And is it going to be Rams, Seahawks, Niners, or is it going to be Packers, Lions, Bears? If it's not the Niners, by the way, they're right now the 7-4 record, 7 seed. The Niners are 5-1 to miss.
You keep going there. Good luck, man.
I'm just surprised I'm surprised for the 7 seed that they're 5-1 to miss. Right?
Well,
like
this is
the market is saying
this is what's going to happen, Joe. This is literally what's going to happen. The Bears are going to beat the Browns. They're going to split with the Packers, and if they can beat San Francisco in San Francisco, they're going to the playoffs. Now, I've said this for weeks.
Is it going to be? It's going to be one of them. One of them in, one of them out.
That's
the game.
That's going to be. Yeah. That's the game. The winner of that Bears-Niners game on December 28th in Santa Clara is going to make the playoffs. The loser is not.
I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. But my point is the Bears to miss is plus 120, and then the Niners to miss is plus 500. You know, that's kind of crazy.
Understand. Yeah. No, it is.
It is. I think the Bears are going to win 3 and get in.
I think they're in too. Paul, are they in?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're going to get
because they're going to. I think they win this week. I think they're a playoff team, but I think what I expect the Bears to be, and the measuring stick I have is like, and again, Eagles aren't totally blowing teams out. Maybe we see like a Lions type game next Friday. I think Bears win this week, 8-3, and they get stomped by the Eagles, and it's like, okay, this is what this team really is. They are 10 points worse than the top of the conference, but they're probably still a playoff team. And like you guys have said, especially this week, a lot of bad teams in the NFL. Bears are a mid team. They're a mid team.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably a playoff. We're saying right now they're a playoff team. They probably can't hang with the top of the league.
Yeah.
And all of that is
Eagles
fine.
game, they go to Green Bay. So you lose to Philly, probably. Then you go to Green Bay. And look, they've actually had success the last couple of years against the Packers. And that's with Eberflus, right? Like, Eberflus can't solve, for X. Like, find X, just circle X. He would know what to do with X. He can't find X. So if Eberflus can do it, why can't Ben Johnson do it? Like, that's where I'm at. That's why I think they're going to split with the Packers. So if you think they win against Pittsburgh, split with the Packers and beat the Browns, maybe the San Fran game won't matter. But knowing the Bears and knowing how they are and knowing their DNA, one of those games that we're penciling in for a win is going to be a loss. Because a lot of these games we penciled in for losses have turned into wins. Like, the NFL is not that easy, guys. It's just not that easy.
Correct. I agree with you. Joe O's MVP, BetSweat's BetMGM Network. We'll do lightning bets coming up in about 10 minutes. Okay. Was Brinson expecting Dart to play? That's kind of where he was going with that Giants-Lions game, right?
He wasn't ruling him out. I think he laid out both options, that it could be Dart, who will not run because the ownership group does not want him to get hit,
right,
or Winston off of that pretty decent performance. Not going to say great, but the Giants were leading against the Packers in the fourth quarter as a 7-point dog. We talked about this last week. Like, what's going to happen in Jameis's next game. Now people fall for Jameis. Oh, well, they were close last week. I think his main point was, if it is Winston, you're going to get bad Winston. And when you think bad Winston, you think 4 interceptions.
If Winston is in, I think we're going to have a bet on the big favorite. And we rarely take double-digit favorites, right? Because it's everything we talked about for a week.
Yeah,
Lions coming
100%.
back home off a loss. So I totally understand where he's coming from. I bring that up because I wonder, obviously, about the Offensive Rookie of the Year race. Ibuka is still the favorite. He's plus 110, so not an odds-on favorite, but he is the favorite. Dart is the second favorite. Then you get to McMillan, Warren, then Henderson. Henderson, the 5th favorite now. After things settle in after week number 11, you could still find Travion Henderson at 14-1. So I'm hoping for Dart or Henderson. We shall see. It was a big move on Garrett for DPOY. Minus 185 now. The guy might set the all-time record. And then we could be looking back and say, hey, remember when he was less than $2? Minus 185, that feels like a cheap price. You've got to be on a great defense. He's on a great defense. And another odds-on favorite for a Brown here. Schlesinger, Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's $2. He was making plays all over that field in the game against the Ravens this weekend. As bad as the Browns are, Sam, it kind of makes me chuckle that we might have 2 Browns win awards this year.
Yeah, he's minus 275 at BetMGM. I believe he had 2 picks against Lamar as well.
He's awesome.
So, if you get the Browns in the right role as a dog, like, you can pull the trigger. How about that game on Sunday? Cleveland at Vegas. Vegas is a 3.5-point favorite. But
Miles
Geno
Garrett
against that defense?
Miles Garrett against that offensive line?
And they can't run. I saw Dan Bernstein had over on Gentry's yards last night. Saw that. He doesn't make predictions, but now he's making predictions. And he had over on Genty. I
believe it was 64 and a half yards. Do
It
you
was.
have the Ashton Genty box score in front of you, Joe?
I don't have it, but I don't need it. I know he
6'7".
had 6'7", 6'7",
Yeah.
6 rushes, 7 yards.
Mhm.
We need to sick GRP, I think, on him. Let's track him.
He had he also had the Bulls to lose by 11-15, and I believe the Bulls almost beat the Nuggets or did beat the Nuggets. I don't care, but
I saw late they were leading. I don't. It was a close game. I forgot what it.
I don't make predictions, Joe. I don't make predictions.
Well, Lightning Bets is next. You're going to make a prediction on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning Bet's coming up in about a few minutes from now. No football on the card, but there is college basketball. Some big college basketball games. So that's kind of interesting tonight. We've got the college football reveal. Curious how far Bama drops. There are some people thinking they're going to be the last team in. That big of a drop after the loss to Oklahoma. So that will be fascinating to watch. And in between, or like that's sandwiched with a couple of college basketball games. We've got Michigan State, Kentucky, and Kansas and Duke. Duke laying a big number tonight, Sam, 11.5.
Yeah, they're going to have a hard time stopping Boozer for Duke, and it's one of those games where they might just blow him off the court. I also think Michigan State is going to bring the physicality, and we'll talk about that in a second on Lightning Bets. I like where that number's at. I even thought about some money line on Izzo because Izzo's guys are tough. They play good defense. Yeah, I think Michigan State can definitely hang around in that game against Kentucky. And Kentucky's a good team, but Kentucky has a lot of things it sort of has to figure out right now. Talented roster, but certainly not a team that's extremely tough. Last night, this number was 5.5. Now we're down to 4.5 at multiple books. That's a good sign for Sparty. We got a lot of comments, by the way, on the leaf blower conversation, including our friend Mike Shope in Buffalo, who was listening. And I won't bore you with all the details, but Shope said, controversial take, I don't believe the leaf blower is plus EV. You still have to bag them. And I always wanted to blow them to the street at my old house, but that is perceived as bad form. So,
it is.
Yeah, well, right. He also says that he wants to listen to the Paul plan because somehow the earth survived centuries with nobody picking up the leaves, and some would say it flourished. So, I don't know. Thought that was funny.
It's very good. Very good.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with it, man. There's so much crap outside. I don't want to deal with this. Paul's a big fan of the
weather. But you know what's going to happen.
Right now.
You're in the middle of December. If you don't do the leaves, your wife is going to walk in. You're going to be enjoying a nice college football Saturday or an NFL Sunday. And she's going to say, Joe, the leaves are frozen on the fence. And then you're going to have to get out there. Oh, she's not? Oh, okay. Well, then.
No, it would be me that's bothered by the mess. I'm always the one yelling at everybody to clean their damn room, to do this. And like, this house is a disaster. Just sell it. Yeah, that's me. Because I just get to a point beyond frustration.
So would you rather get out there Saturday when you can do it in 50-degree weather or do it in December when it's 22?
No, it's happening. It's happening. My daughter's already pushing for the Christmas decorations because there are a lot of people in the area that already have them up. Lights are going. It's already time. I think that's for next week.
Like, Joe, I'm no parent, but I don't know. Chores?
I know.
Kids.
I know.
Get out there, rake the leaves.
I told him that, and then
man,
dropped the ball. Like, I had to go work and watch football, and it never happened, of course.
It's a tough
Here's what's going to happen, though. You're going to put Jack on Leafs duty. I keep doing that because I see Maple Leafs in the back of my mind. Leaves. Okay. My apologies. You're going to put Jack on Leaves duty, and then he's going to quit travel baseball. Like, that's what's going to happen.
He'll do it. He'll do it.
Kind of similar thing happened to me. I was forced to take a piano lesson and miss a baseball practice. Never took another piano lesson again. And obviously baseball worked out, so that was a great decision by 12-year-old me.
Well, what were you going to do?
Imagine if you were an award-winning
piano man
right now. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Think about if you were a piano player right now at a fancy club.
You know, maybe there's time, Sam. How many hours what do I need? 10,000 hours to become an expert? Get a keyboard. Neighbors will love that. It's the grand old piano in here.
I could see Paul at New York doing cover songs on his piano, like singing along with everybody. I could see that.
Little like undone bow tie with the jar up there.
Yeah, tip jar.
Definitely the undone bow tie for sure. Oh, New York. We had a night there, Joe. I had to get carried out of there at New York.
Oh man, that was a while ago. Yeah, that was That was a night.
2017. Yeah, good times.
Something like that.
Simpler times then.
Yeah,
the good old
definitely.
days.
I'd like to admit that I am gambling with the show's livelihood tomorrow because apparently I have a vitamin D deficiency that I found out about.
Wait, I was right?
I do
put that
have
in
a
the
vitamin.
chat.
Yeah. Oh no,
Did you?
it's a vitamin D deficiency. So they told me on July 31st. It's so serious that my follow-up appointment is tomorrow. Very serious, obviously. I'm 1.1 milliliters away from normal, but they want to freak me out and tell me that, oh, you better up your vitamin D intake. So I've been doing the vitamin D gummies ever since. I'm probably going to be fine. And when they asked for my appointment time, they were like 8:20 a.m. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So I'm a favorite to make the beginning of the show tomorrow, but if I roll in at 9:01, so be it.
Oh, you
With
got
a tan?
poor bones. Poor
Maybe?
bone health?
I thought it was the sun.
No, it's Joe. I
vitamin
haven't
D
been
was the
outside since Bush was in the White House. That's what it is. Like that's why my vitamin
is?
D is low.
Okay. I mean, getting outside now, is that going to help you much?
No,
Come on.
no. But apparently, if I eat vitamin D3 gummies, everything will be fine, and then the hospital will leave me alone. But like the only thing they found wrong with me, believe it or not, was that my vitamin D was a little low.
Vitamin D deficiency, common condition linked to poor bone health, fatigue, muscle weakness, and mood changes. I got news for you. The vitamin D isn't the reason for the mood changes lately. Doc.
So I have to go in, give blood. The hospital's 5 minutes away. I should be here by tip off, but if I'm moments late, you'll know why. Because my bones are weak, apparently.
Are you guys like me? Because I had this moment yesterday where I'm like, I am being such a jerk to everyone I come in contact with. Like, I don't want to deal with anybody. I'm straight up mean because I'm so pissed off about things.
Certain people.
Yeah.
Depends on the
people, for
day.
sure.
Not everyone?
Yeah.
No, not everyone. Could
No.
be, though. Could be.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe. It's kind of baseline, right? I mean,
No, I don't
is that
think
that
so.
different? Okay.
I don't think so at all. No, but like extra mean. But yes, it depends on the person.
But like tone or like snapping at people and like yelling at people or like just like dismissive? Like what? How, all
the
of it?
latter. I'd say a lot of the latter. Yeah, snapping and yeah, it's good stuff.
Break the leaves.
Well, my
Happy
doctor
holidays.
would say if you take some vitamin D3 gummies, it will fix all that, Joe. Your mood swings will go out the window.
How about other guys?
Well, that was a light in the mood. Some vitamin D foods for those wondering: salmon, tuna, fatty fish,
never.
some egg yolks,
No salmon.
mushrooms. Never salmon.
No
Forgot
salmon.
about salmon.
You're no
Yeah.
PJ Glasser, I'll tell you that.
No salmon ever.
Why? Did you have a bad experience? I rarely have it.
It smells unpleasant. That's why.
Yeah.
And it's all farmed and orange and yeah. In the Midwest, Joe, I'm not eating salmon. I gotta be honest.
No
It's
salmon.
rare. We got it.
What else, Paul?
I mean, you could do the fish liver oils, but like, who's doing that? Egg yolks, mushrooms, beef liver, milk. Obviously, the ones that say vitamin D on the side. I've seen those.
What kind of mushrooms?
All of them. Oh, funny, kind of related. So at the gym yesterday, dude was just like asking. It was like middle of the day. He's like, "Hey man, you already been upstairs? Is it pretty crowded?" I was like, he's like, "You wrapping up?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, is it crowded upstairs?" Like, "Nah, it's pretty empty. It's the middle of the day." And he was like, he's already sweating balls. I was like, "Are you just getting started?" He's like, "Yeah, man, had to hit the sauna." I was like, "Oh," he's like, "Get all the toxins out." I was like, "Oh, cool, man. Sunday fun day yesterday." He's like, "Yeah, something like that. Like we're at, I don't know, some bar." He mentioned that I'd never heard of. He's like, Molly and mushrooms. I was like, "Hell yeah, brother. Good for you."
That's a trip.
Like on a
right
Sunday.
there.
Woo.
Man.
Wow.
Molly and mushrooms. It's the name of my my next album.
Let's see on the agenda tonight, Sam. What are we betting?
Oh, what are we betting? Michigan
Yes.
State plus 4.5. I missed the 5.5, but them's the breaks sometimes. Give me Sparty. I think they win outright.
Ooh, that's a good matchup. This is what Miss Sparty does. Always respect Izzo for it. Let's test ourselves. Let's see what we got this season. All right, I'll keep a close eye on that. Looking forward to that matchup. That Kentucky offense, Sparty defense should be good. All right, I'm going to back it up. I'm going to say San Francisco misses 5-1. The San Francisco 49ers miss the playoffs. That was the good version of Purdy. That's the best version of Purdy that we've seen coming off the injury. He was impressive, but the defense, not so much. That's going to come back to bite him at some point. Paul, how about you?
Not really. I'll just say I've kind of pencil circled the possibility of Panthers money line for next Monday, so I'm intrigued. But no bets yet. It's Tuesday.
Jake, anything? You got a random NBA bet on the Charlotte Hornets or anything today?
No, nothing random. There's a certain book that posted MLB awards already, and some of these are laugh out loud
I'm not
funny.
ready for this.
Does anyone want to guess the price? Does anyone want to guess the price on Ohtani MVP?
Minus 110.
I'll say minus 200.
I was going to go minus 150 or minus 250, so I'll claim both.
Sam nailed it. It is minus 110 on November 18th for Shohei Ohtani to win National League MVP.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to guess Trey Savage's price for AL Rookie of the Year? He's the favorite.
Really?
Yes.
Is it also a coin flip?
It is plus 190.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Go.
Very funny.
Plus 190.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can't believe you're looking at MLB awards prices.
Yeah.
Not prepared.
Keeps the
Got some
existentialism
bat
at
flips
bay.
today? Maybe.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That was the beginning of the end. Damn it.
Should have known. Should have known. Talk tomorrow on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.